All right.
Hey. All right. Good evening, everybody. So, I am going to play The Witness for the second time ever.
On the second year anniversary of the game coming out.
Yes, the game came out 2 years ago today.
Exactement.
Mm-hmm. So, this guy has been watching everybody that he knows play this. So, he knows the game very well. I know the game enough to get through it once, 2 years ago. So, I'm going to have to resolve all the puzzles and remember how this works. But he's going to have all, like, the interesting backstory and commentary and... So, yeah.
Probably spacey and nonsensical.
Okay. So, also, nobody is saying that they can't hear us, so I'm going to assume, it looks like on here that you guys should be able to hear us. But yeah, let us know if there are audio issues. It's kind of a different setup because the microphone's over here instead of on my headset. Okay, so let's see. Let's boot the game up.
So I think the first thing I'm going to mention about the game is... Well, no, you can boot it up. I'll just talk while. So it came out on January 26th, 2016. And so the date's like a palindrome. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I don't know. They at least use it in the marketing. So there's a brief conversation about whether or not...
It's not a palindrome.
Or not a palindrome.
Anagram.
So there's a brief conversation about whether or not to stream it today on the 2-year anniversary or to stream it 2 days from now on the 28th, because then that would be an anagram of the date as well.
Yeah, and I just said, let's just go with the anniversary, because that's what normal people think about. Not that normal is always better, it was just, the game is complicated enough, so you got to keep something simple.
So already got a spoiler here. We should start a new game.
This is where I last was when I played last. I did start a second run shortly after beating The Witness, and I got this far apparently, but this is not what I'm doing right now. I did not hear that at all. Why do I not hear that? Do you hear that?
The game volume?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, then you must have the new set.
Sweet.
Then that means that I'm going to be turning this up. You have a volume control on your... I think one of these is louder than the other. So I'm going to turn this up. Like, this is on max volume right now.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna, now I hear it. So that's too loud. You can turn that down.
Yeah. Gotcha.
All right. So I'm going to...
I guess should we talk about the start menu? Since we just saw it. Oh, there's so much to talk about. All right.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about. Okay, you can tell me to stop whenever.
Here, hit pause.
Hit the pause.
Yeah, all right. So the start menu is supposed to be like you visualizing the puzzles, and so like symbols will kind of come in and out of consciousness. And even when you do it, like the person's eye, it's like you're shutting the eyes when you go to the menu, like the way that it collapses. When you go back to the game, it's like they open back up. So this is like you shutting your eyes and thinking. Here, like if you unpause the game, you'll see it opens up like an eyelid open up, kind of maybe. And then if you pause again, it should like be like your eyes closing, and then that's like what you see when you close your actual eyes.
Oh, I see. It's really brief.
Yeah.
But I get it.
And
it's probably going to show up more when you're outside, right?
Yeah, so right now it's like blank on the screen, but as you solve more and more puzzles, you'll actually start seeing like shapes and stuff appear as if you're like thinking about them. I don't know, it's something that's really subtle, but it's kind of cute.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
No, I like that. I had no idea. See, there you go. See, he's proving he's qualified. But the one thing that you can't... It's going to have limited effectiveness if you point to that monitor. They can't really see. Like, if you want control of this at any time, or actually, I'm not sure. Let's see. Is this...
Two mouses work?
This might actually work. This would be hilarious. See, I don't want you trolling me, though, and just, like, interrupting everything I do. And just like, you got the little maze thing wrong. Yeah, see, this one works, too.
All right. So test to see if it works at the same time?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, then they'll start fighting.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So
yeah, I'll take control if I need to.
No, you take that one.
I take the shitty one.
Yeah,
it's the older one. I'll take the shitty one.
Actually, I think they're both shitty. What's gonna suck is if they run out of batteries at the same time.
Then we'll have to fight.
In fact, that one's already down, so let's plug that one in.
All right.
Isn't this great? We've done nothing, and I think
we already talked about the menu. We talked about the release date. We're about to talk about.
No. We've accomplished plenty.
Yeah.
The
game
is, we haven't even noticed that we've solved 0 puzzles.
Yeah.
Okay. We're having a good time. So, what do I look up? Are there subtle things in here or something?
No, but this is something we can go back to and look to later. It's like after we've gotten decently far through the game, we can pause the game and we can see like what symbols are showing up.
Okay.
So. All right, we can continue.
Okay. Onward. There's no go back to game. I have to use the keyboard.
Probably like escape or something. Yeah.
I know. Like they're assuming that I have a keyboard.
And so now here's something that you actually found out that I didn't know about, which is at the start of the game, you literally cannot turn around. All right. Yeah.
So you discovered that from me. You learned that from me.
I did.
Yeah.
I did not know that. And I thought that was really interesting. I never even tried.
See, at the time I discovered this, I thought it was more interesting that you could turn around after you left this room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even after you leave the room. It's like halfway down the hallway. You can turn around.
Okay. I don't remember that. Okay. So I guess I'll WASD this because like that's my left hand. I'm right-handed. These are right-handed mice. I don't think.
Can you make quick recap? I'm sorry. I'm reading chat. Oh, it's it's I Chug Dong. Streamer regular.
Nothing.
Audience regular.
This is the first screen, and
I
think we blinked. We blinked our eyes like this. See, you blink, and then your eyes open again. That's what we've done. So, all right. So,
all right.
What was I doing? I was walking forward, and I'm backward, and wondering why. Oh wow!
I didn't know you could go that far back too from the beginning too. They give you like a little bit of a.
Nice, you get a little playback here. You didn't know that till right now.
That's true.
We are all learning right now. So when do I gotta like move the mouse to the left until it like suddenly breaks?
You should be able to like maybe now like. Look,
no. I mean I'm trying. I'm trying.
There you go.
Oh, the other way. Like why couldn't I? When I'm here, why couldn't I turn around? That's weird.
Dude, we got Joey in the house too.
Yeah, Joey's here. Joey.
Look at the details on that. Just like the scratch marks and stuff. I don't know. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. What I always try to look for is where it repeats. Because like.
Yeah. So where the map is or whatever.
Yeah.
The textures.
All right. So now I can go this way. Yeah, we're
drinking coffee.
We're drinking coffee now. We got to make sure we're awake first, and the beer will come later.
Yeah.
And then we'll pass out. That's why it's going to be a 16-hour stream, because the latter half will just be as passed out.
The latter half is me going to be asleep on the couch back there.
Are you going to make it to the couch?
We'll see. All right, so now we have a black screen. This is officially less interesting than the pause screen.
Sorry. What do you get as your flash when you...
Can you run at this point? This is a question.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. They don't tell you
They don't tell you can run, but
until you're out of the tutorial area.
All right, so here's...
This is the most amount that the game ever tells you, by the way, or instructs you. It's saying what
these
buttons
right
the
here?
controls are. That is one part where I guess they kind of sacrificed, because like one of the points of the game is that they do not tell you what anything means. You have to figure it out.
That is in the spirit of Myst right there. I'm gonna get rid of this bar right here. I half the time I forget to do this.
Okay.
Here we go. All right.
So this is kind of a moment of design sacrifice in the game.
Oh, and they show us another one. Oh. Okay. So, I don't even know if we should talk about...
The second type of puzzles?
Yeah.
I think we should. So, this is what I was going to propose, is that you solve an area. I will do my best to not say what the solutions are. But then once we've completed an area, we can kind of walk around, go back through it, and kind of talk about what's going on in the area. Possibly do secondary puzzles, maybe do Easter eggs, maybe do third layer puzzles.
Yeah, I guess, how do you want to do this? Because, the way I love to play these is, like, I kind of don't like completely killing an area. Like, I like being able to come back, and there's still something new there, which, obviously, there's going to be... stuff here, but
there's something that's like kind of inherently like hypocritical about like trying to analyze this game and go through and point out all the details of the game too, because like Jonathan Blow comes out and said that like the game itself is about like the aha moment of like figuring out a puzzle, and that if you play this game knowing all the solutions to the puzzle, you're not actually playing the game. Like you are.
That's why I haven't played it in 2 years.
Yes.
I mean, it's that's tricky, right? Because I've experienced this with games too, right? Where like there are games that I absolutely love, but then I realized I kind of killed it for myself because I can't rediscover anything. I like the fact that I can rediscover. I remember a lot, but I'm glad I don't remember everything. All right. So, hey, buddy. He might jump up in your lap at some point.
Maybe.
Are you gonna try to pick him up?
Maybe.
All right, go for it.
Oh, he accepted it. Wow.
He accepted it.
Man.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Yes. All right. So.
Yeah, nay. Should we talk about that?
Should we talk about that?
I think so.
You think so?
Well, kind of. Yeah.
Kind of. Okay. So.
I mean, this is a beautiful example of the first two types of puzzles in the game.
Right.
Because you can see them both in the same shot.
Okay, so we can get a screenshot here. Right there. Boom. Put that on your desktop.
So, yeah, maybe this is a good point that if you have not played this game, then you maybe should not watch the stream.
I mean, that's kind of what, like, that all games are like that,
If
though.
you haven't played it and you want to play it, I'll phrase it that way. Like, this is on your to-do list, is to play this game.
Then you're probably not here right now. Like,
I hope so.
That's your life, that's your decision. I don't know.
Yeah, kind of going back to the previous comment. You should, if you want to play this game and you're interested in playing this game, you should play it fresh for the first time. You should not look up any hints for the game. You should go through and play it.
Yeah.
That said, playing this game is kind of like being in math class, which is what I liked about it.
I love math class.
Some people might be turned off by that.
Okay. All right, so you should actually introduce yourself because I'm hearing that guy with Shady. So
my name is Merkelbe, the
Merkelbe,
world-renowned, famed commenter of the Shady Paradox stream.
Yeah. So, yeah, he came all the way from Canada.
It was a very long trek.
Yeah, barefoot. You guys don't believe anything. All right, so, actually, the Merkelbe part was true.
Yeah, that part's true.
Birth name. All right, so we're going to talk about this, right?
Yeah.
So there's two different types of puzzles. There's this thing where you drag this over to that, and that's,
very
really
clearly a puzzle.
Challenging. And then you have these things which actually work exactly the same way. You just have to see them within the environment, right? So, because without these, which is what I thought the game was the first time I played through, I got through almost all of these panel puzzles. I thought it was just a pretty background for panel puzzles, which I didn't mind because I think the game is very pretty. But apparently, it works differently than that. So, like, if you look at this black thing here, it's actually this exact same shape, and you can interact with it the same way. I don't know if I'm standing in the right spot. Of course I'm not.
You gotta get
don't.
Yeah,
you gotta make me figure this out. You pointed at the monitor, so it only ruined it for me, not for you.
All right.
So, you see, it looks very similar. But, yes, he's right that it's almost that. But the problem is, if you look at this, it's a very similar shape, but it's actually missing the top, right? So, like, if you go in this room, you can kind of see how it's like a tubular room, but there's like a chunk of the ceiling kind of dips down. So you got to kind of... So apparently that is the right thing to fill it out, which that doesn't make any sense if you think in 3D, but you can actually, if you stand in the right spot, you can get it to align, maybe. That looks... See, now it really looks like the demo panel. Right? Now this happens, and you do the same thing. And some sparks run out the door.
There's also some cool, like, kind of design going on here, where the inside of that tube is very, like, industrial. You see that in one other place in the game. Or, like, it's very, like, what's the word? Like, very sanitary, or very, like, I don't know. It's,
Probably should bring that up at the other place and say that looks like
fine.
the beginning.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, But just say, notice that design. And then the place you're in right now, this like very cavernous
where we have this
place.
I think it's cavernous. No? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And that's also like reminiscent of another part in the game that we'll talk about later. And then against this wall over to the right, I just noticed is like that design's also repeated in one other place in the game. And I think only in one other place in the game.
Okay, so this thing right here, I'll look out for that. Okay. So...
And now we come to puzzle number 2.
Well, hold on. So if I go to... I want to... Where does it show me...
I think definitely in your load files, like if you load a game.
There we go. 1 solved plus 1. So that's the panel puzzle, and that's the environment puzzle. There you go. And you can see, apparently this saved just now too. And see, I haven't played since 2016, so there you go. Alright, I open my eyes, and I work on this. Alright, so I'm not sure whether I currently sound like I know what I'm talking about or not, but that should quickly fade when I start doing more panel puzzles.
Also, the framing of this door that you walk out is really nice too, because it points you towards the goal of the game. At least a goal of the game.
This right here?
Yep. Yeah, you have the mountain up at the top.
Oh, the mountain's up there. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That'll be a focal point later, but then below
that becomes very clear pretty early on that the mountain's pretty important, so that's not too spoilery.
That's like the long-term goal of the game, or a long-term goal of the game, but then right below that's your immediate short-term.
Hold on. Teddy says, I saw plus and plus. Please explain the extra plus puzzle. This right here?
Oh, we've already solved 2 now.
Yeah, so this is the number of panel puzzles that we solved, right? When I actually went up to the thing and I dragged the thing, those the basic looking ones, well, I'll be solving a whole bunch of those. This is the number where when you actually look at the environment, these are the environmental puzzles. So they work the same way, but you actually drag it along the scenery lines as opposed to a panel.
Ooh.
No, it says 470. Yes. Talking about these down here? Yeah. So
honestly, I forget. I don't know.
This one, well, I'm sure this will show up eventually anyway. We should probably wait on that, even if you remember what that was.
Oh, I think I know.
Yeah, I think I remember that was.
And I think I know why it maxes out at 6. So
yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think I know what those are. Yeah.
But
that's weird that they. Well, I guess okay. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know if I would put those above the environmental puzzles. That seems like a weird. But okay. I don't know. I guess you gotta check with it. Whatever.
Okay. So
this is like the tutorial area.
Yes.
You're in a castle.
I like the castle.
Yeah.
And this was really annoying last time I was here because
I never thought about it until now, but it's interesting, in Braid you're spending the entire time trying to find the castle where the princess is, and here you just start out in the castle. You don't have to look for it. You're just in the castle.
Speaking of the castle, he's got his
Joey's
behind
castle.
you, yeah. Alright, so
I Chug Dong is back. That's good.
Yeah, there he is. Alright, so I think I shouldn't try to think of the best presentation. I should just solve these. Okay, so like if I keep walking out of this door and I end up over here.
So you've already seen 2 of these. So you're
two
like,
of these.
Hey,
so you're just like, oh, this is the same thing.
This, yeah.
I drag this over to the hey buddy. And that turns on and it drags something over somewhere. Goes over here. Okay. I know what this does, and then like this is you realize this doesn't do anything, right?
You should go this way. Yeah. Well, you can keep going and solve the puzzle, but I've just never solved it that way before. I've just always.
Oh, you mean like that?
Yeah.
No, I was just pointing out that these are hard lines, right? So.
Yeah. Dead ends, if you will. Oh yeah, can we make I Chug Dong a mod?
I could.
Might as well.
Why would I?
I mean, why wouldn't you?
I don't know what he would do.
And again, just like math classes, each puzzle is getting slightly more complicated. It's trying to teach you something a little bit more different. So far, it's just increasing the complexity of the maze.
Oh, back. What?
I was saying, because now, like, okay, we followed this to where we're going.
Yep, so that led up there. And so this leads up here, and I can't move this anymore. Alright. So I'm just going to run in one of these. This looks like another beginning here.
but now there's 2 starting places.
Yep. Okay. All right. So let's hope the coffee kicks in, because at this particular part of my brain, I don't know if it's really there. Let me stare at this for a second. I think I see something, maybe.
I think you can point out things for questions. I'm talking to the chat.
Oh.
You can ask any questions, I think.
Yeah.
If nothing else, I'll read the chat and answer them while he's working.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a giant hangout.
We can double team this.
Yeah. Okay, so this one, that's funny. That just went straight here, so that expanded my range, and it goes boom. The Republican. Crabs. So a big white line going to the sun. It could be. See, right now, I think... What happens if I solve this without... Or wait, yeah. So, like... Oh, I know what this is. Yeah, this one's different.
So instead of 2 starts, it has 2 ends.
It has 2 ends, and that one goes, like, through that window, and I don't know where it goes. This one goes over here somewhere. I don't know where that goes either. I guess it goes there. So... Yes. Well, since we are... Yeah, since we're in here, let's try to keep it local. Yeah, I mean, since we're kind of hedging it, right? Because we both know more about the game than somebody first playing the game. But at the same time, we don't want to spoil it for everybody. It turns out what...
There's one particular puzzle we don't want to spoil, specifically in this area.
You pointed it out because you're good, but really, they don't expect you to figure out what environmentals are now. Like the one I found right at the beginning there, almost nobody's going to find that right at the start. They're going to find environmentals somewhere else and discover it and come back later. At which point, this will be unavailable. So... You are correct. I mean, you called it. We gotta acknowledge it. So you are correct, but you're not really supposed to know. So I guess we gotta kill the stream and start over so we can have a better video. No. I don't think. I think it's actually fine.
One thing that is nice is there's exactly 1 sun puzzle and there's exactly 1 moon puzzle in this game. Think about that.
I forgot the moon puzzle. See, I don't remember everything about this game. So. Alright, so this is really easy and obvious how I'm going to get here. And it shuts this off. But the thing is, what you realize is that I really don't have... I don't know if I have any sort of way... Well, I guess I can turn off one of these things, but it'll just close the panel. There's no way to actually turn this light back on. And that's... So that thing that was just available is not available now. And everybody who starts playing the game is going to kill that, right? So turning that back on is not a trivial thing.
Another thing to point out is the puzzle that got you out of here is one of the few puzzles that has like a bunch of different solutions. You know, like some puzzles.
Yeah. Like I got kind of wandered around.
Yeah. Whereas like there was the one that we had where there's like 2 different solutions. You can go around or you can go straight to the left and they both solve it. And there's plenty of those puzzles where you have like maybe 2 or 3, but... Alright, so we're out of the tutorial area.
And because we're talking about environmentals, you can see you're always on the lookout. I'm always going to be on the lookout for this. I don't remember where they all are, but I need to retrain my brain to look for stuff like this. This kind of thing kind of looks like the end of a drawn line, right? Now, I don't know how to where to actually be to draw it, but that's something that I got to think about, right? And those kinds of things will appear everywhere.
They were talking about when they were designing this game how hard it was because they had to be very conscious about not putting circles in places. And like how when they were designing everything, they needed to make sure that there were not circles there because circles have an effect on the game. Like that's a puzzle in the game. So
yeah, where they didn't want there was no intention of somebody drawing something. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you see a circle in the game, then it's probably an environmental puzzle.
Mm-hmm. Here's the thing, and it's blocked.
Mm-hmm.
Can't go through there. Yeah, so we'll do it later, and yeah, so we don't deviate too much from the original kind of expected player experience. All right.
This game is just so dense with puzzles as well.
Yeah. So I can now wander up here, which actually means I can follow where that goes.
So an important point too is you can solve that puzzle from where you are. Like you don't have to go down.
You're right. Yeah. I forgot you can do this. Yeah, you need to think. Even despite the fact that I supposedly have a shadow here, it's apparently like telepathic or something because like I don't need to reach out with my hand and hit the button. So yeah, you're right. Like I can.
Which I don't know how they went about like programming that sort of thing. Like that would have. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess I can imagine it, but it seems like a lot of work to put that functionality in.
So that
made a noise.
Yeah, and you can, if you look way over there, you can actually see that one of the 3 panels closed.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because the solution is still showing behind it. All right, so
I like this nest of like pillows up here. Somebody's just like sitting and looking at the mountain. I think there's a drink down there too. Right
down here.
Yeah, like isn't that a glass?
Yeah, I could probably hang out here for a while. Like, there's a lot of places like this. I don't know.
And then there's a design on that napkin, which is also like referencing a place later on. Same thing on those pillows too.
Okay. A place.
There's those types of things are scattered around the map too. Just places of relaxation. Like there's a couch in a spot. There's pillows scattered around. Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh. You guys see it? Now that we're all looking for it. I'm getting just the right spot. See, it looks like, oh, I can do it, and it doesn't work. Well, it actually
gives you a hint.
It does give me a hint. I guess I'm actually surprised I'm close enough even for a hint. But you can see how that's not really a circle. Like you have to really position where you are to really make that circle work. And there it is. And actually, when you're a little off, they adjust you to the perfect spot. So, by the way, that will still work when it's charging.
Okay.
Just not.
If I want to jump in here.
You want to jump and do the honors, yeah. Or just you'll like fight me as I try to get here, and you'll.
Trying to think if I have any favorite puzzles that I would want to solve. I can't think of any at this time. Yeah, I know that it mentioned that the particle effects that right there was one of the harder things to program in the game, but like some of the perspective things, I don't know how they go about programming them, especially like puzzles where, like well, we'll get into them later, but puzzles where like that are long that like take up a lot of area, and they're doing that tracking there. Whatever, we'll talk.
Yeah,
about
I'm just really impressed how they managed to put all of these in the same environment and accessible for. Hey, buddy, what do you need?
Yeah, I mean, even this opening area is like really densely packed with like basically everything that you're going to see in the rest of the map.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I know my experience with it, which I don't know if it was anywhere close to the typical experience, but like as soon as I got out of the castle, I moved on to some other area. Like I didn't hang around here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. I'm probably gonna miss some things because I don't remember a whole lot about this game, but I know that there's one more over here, or maybe it's the other side.
It
might be on this side or it might be on the other side. Don't tell me.
Okay.
Yeah, see, this... Yeah, okay, so remember that thing I was looking at earlier?
Dude, I do want to chime in with one thing. It's not a puzzle, but over there's something that you can click on that is also, like, scattered throughout the map. Right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
What?
You see it's right on top of this?
Oh.
Do you remember these?
I didn't find that last time ever. Oh, not that one. Oh, we gotta sit through this. All right.
You can walk around.
But I wanted to. I had something to say.
No, yeah. I want to.
I'm gonna say my thing first.
Okay.
I pointed at this, so now I need to find the other end, right? Because you need a big circle to draw along the path. So I'm looking for it, and it's probably over there somewhere. But now I realize that no matter where I stand, that end is cut off. So it's probably on the other side, I'm guessing. Okay, now I can listen to these weird recordings that I don't personally like very much.
Really?
Let's not fight about it.
We don't have to fight about it. Why do you not like them?
Probably just because I didn't understand them.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, this gets in. There's like, because Jonathan Blow does like to be artistic, I guess, or like insert.
He's very dreamy. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, but there's a lot of this in the game. I feel like, and it's usually people talking about their professions, or like things that they're passionate about. I don't know. We'll start to getting in heady stuff.
I'm gonna start wandering around a lot, and I'll be busy. I'll be looking for my own things while you guys listen to this.
I am standing on the threshold about to enter a room. It is a
Look at how the menu's already filling out with
in
some
the first
stuff.
place, I must shove against an atmosphere pressing with a force of 14 pounds on every square inch of my body. I must make sure of landing on a plank, traveling at 20 miles a second around the sun. A fraction of a second too early or too late, the plank would be miles away. I must do this whilst hanging from a round planet head outward into space and with a wind of ether blowing at no one knows how many miles a second through every interstice of my body. The plank has no solidity of substance. To step on it is like stepping on a swarm of flies. Shall I not slip through? No. If I make the venture, one of the flies hits me and gives me a boost up again. I fall again and am knocked upwards by another fly, and so on. I may hope that the net result will be that I remain about steady, but if, unfortunately, I should slip through the floor or be boosted too violently up to the ceiling, the occurrence would be not a violation of the laws of nature, but a rare coincidence. These are some of the minor difficulties. I ought really to look at the problem four-dimensionally as concerning the intersection of my world line with that of the plank. Then again, it is necessary to determine in which direction the entropy of the world is increasing in order to make sure that my passage over the threshold is an entrance, not an exit. Verily, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a scientific man to pass through a door. And whether the door be barn door or church door, it might be wiser that he should consent to be an ordinary man and walk in, rather than wait till all the difficulties involved in a really scientific ingress are resolved. Arthur Eddington, 1927.
Let me see my thing. So it looks like there it is. Okay, so I found this one, so I'm going to do that. Do you have anything to say about that recording?
I mean, they're talking about entering and exiting a door is, I think, topical to the area that you're in.
Alright, good enough.
Yeah, I don't know.
I kind of missed part of it, unfortunately, because I was thinking about the subtitle, and once I missed, like, the first, like, sentence, I was like, I can't even try now. Even though you kind of picked up that I didn't want to anyway, but I would have tried, except I got distracted by the lack of subtitle, and then I was like, I don't know what the first sentence was, so I definitely won't be able to follow any of this. Which probably wasn't true, but I just didn't believe in myself anymore.
It's like a scientist overanalyzing just walking.
Yeah, that seemed like a physics problem or something.
It's basically inserting all the physics that's going around when you just like take a step onto something.
Did he just hop up there?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. I'm proud of him.
Yeah, it's just because I'm a really nice person. Cats can sense that.
I hope so.
All right, now back to the main path. This was our. We've already played the game aside.
Okay, so what?
Because that a person playing this the first time would not have gone and like checked out the upper part of the castle. They would have just like walked
Right.
on. So now we're back on.
Yeah.
That
So now
sort
we're
of
kind of
path.
back on what people would normally do. Time to plug my YouTube channel. Did I not put that in the? Oh, I forgot to put that in the description of my thing. Yes, I have a YouTube channel. Crap, I need to put that in my
At
about.
the top.
Yes.
Oh well.
Oh well. Talos Principle. I did play that. I need to play the expansion pack. I will be streaming that at some point.
Did you beat that game?
Yeah. You suggested it, and then you didn't watch me play it.
Sorry.
I mean,
well, 'cause
I'm just
I
saying,
played-
it's
I
just
played it
facts.
and
I
beat
didn't
it.
put a judgment on
I
it.
played
I didn't
it and
say
beat it. I didn't want to watch it again.
That's fine.
I thought it was just an okay
It
game.
was just an okay game. That's fair.
So this is a beautiful vista, and if you're playing it the first time, that's all you see.
That's all you see. But now our eyeballs are trained, right?
Yeah,
So-
we're woke.
Which actually, I don't even know if that does us any good, because I think if I try to do this, I don't know. I don't think this works, does it? Oh, does that work?
Totally works.
It looks like it totally works. I thought it. See, yeah. See, it kind of flashes more. Also, it matters where it goes. By the way, yeah. See, it landed right there.
Yeah, and the color differentiates it too.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
They're sectioned out.
Honestly, I thought that this thing, my memory is just bad. I thought it went all the way around because you can kind of see that over there too. I guess that's a separate one. Okay. So this one's interesting because you discover this early on, and what in the balls, right? Like, because you don't know what this means. You just say, well, let's try it, and it doesn't work. But I drew the line from the thing to the other thing. So...
That's kind of cool too. The exit out is the first puzzle you see where there's like a lot of different options, and now here there's a lot of different options. Not
a
gonna
lot
say,
of different options.
Not going to say infinite, but there's a lot.
Never say infinite. But...
And now there's a bunch of symbols.
There's a bunch of crap on the
we
board
haven't
that you
seen
don't
any of these
understand.
before,
Yeah,
yeah.
so so you don't want to do this.
And this
I
isn't-
vaguely remember what it's supposed to do, but I mean, I wouldn't care if nobody was watching. I'd still be like, I'm not solving that puzzle until I go through the right tutorial puzzles.
Yeah, and this is intentional. This is like a
Oh yeah, I
very
could tell. I
specific
could
game
sense it
design.
the first time I played. I was like, I don't know what this is, and I know the game is teasing me.
Yeah, and yeah, what the game's trying to teach you right now is that you are going to come to puzzles that you don't know how to solve.
Yep.
And it wants you to move on because immediately after you pass that puzzle, you're gonna get, hey, this is how you solve the puzzle.
This is very attractive right here. Oh, panels! I've seen that before. I like how they were able to pull this off and also fit. I don't know. Maybe it's not that remarkable. They can fit environmentals in here, and it just seems like a very, very
It's
intricately
dense. Yeah.
designed environment. I don't know how they. How long did it take them to make this?
7 years.
7 years.
So
That's reasonable.
it was. I think the biggest the team was maybe like 15, 17, something like that. Not too large, but I think it cost around $5 million to make. Or Jonathan Blow took out a loan for like $5 million. He like borrowed it from somebody, like a friend in San Francisco or something like that. He also
Oh right, because he's really smart by living in San Francisco,
Well.
and then like.
he could have moved here.
I mean,
Property values are cheap.
it's no, but I mean, I understand that if the work you're doing is dependent on that location, but
Yeah.
you don't have to make this game in San Francisco.
Well, he also put in like his own money too. Like he put in money that he made from Braid. Yeah. And there's like one interview where he's talking about like how long were you gonna work on the game? He's like basically until it's done or we ran out of money.
Yeah.
That's really-
Okay. So I can wander around when we do have these discussions, but right now I got to stay right here. So
Sure.
let's go to this. Okay. So I see this, and now I recognize those symbols, and my options are limited. So I can just do that because that's my first instinct, right? But it also allows me to realize this doesn't work.
Look at those flashing red lights.
Yeah.
Very alarmed by that.
Yeah. And actually, sometimes they'll take away these, right? But I guess other times they don't. Like if you mess something up here, they'll.
I think this is the one puzzle that I actually, or this is the one rule that I don't like a little bit. Or I think they could have made a change. Well, we'll keep talking.
Okay,
We'll talk about it.
We'll get to what the rule is,
Yeah.
and then we'll comment on it. See, we didn't prepare. We're just jumping in.
See,
so.
I Chug Dong's already hitting on what I was talking about, or what I'm going to talk about.
Oh wait! I don't have to do the normal movement, right?
Yeah, we're already doing pro witness stuff right now. Yeah, you can just.
I can just do this. I can even look
strafe.
at these.
Yeah.
I can strafe to these blank panels.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, there might be infinite paths here, right? If you imagine your circles and your. So. Yeah, so these don't work. The only thing that works is, once again, cutting across the middle, right? So then you figure this one out. That's easy. And you start, like, I don't know. Like, I can't even fake it. Like, it's obvious what you're supposed to do here.
The rule is... And there's like the rule is you have to segregate the colors, which is like... I don't know.
Oh my god, are you getting political?
I'm not trying to, but it's just like... But I mean, the rule is segregation,
I only
right?
had one beer. I would need a lot more than that for that to be funny. And I'm not sure if it would even then.
The chat is already calling us out for being racist, which it was easy to spot, I guess.
Is Dong the chat, though? Like... I think you think he gets two votes.
He's
I think
a pillar
he
of the
gets half
community.
a vote.
They were already voting him for president.
Interesting point. Is that really your complaint about this rule?
Kind of, yeah.
Oh my god.
No, because they could have just chosen two different colors. And I don't think that would have been that hard.
Seriously? That's your complaint?
I mean, I think it's obviously I don't think Jonathan Blow's racist or anything, but it's like a very like weird, I don't know, it's like loaded.
Only because you insist on seeing it that way. It's the problem is you. You're the problem.
It's just funny. It's just like...
Okay, so it's funny. Like, there's no problem with being funny.
It's a very politically charged...
It is not at all.
Abstract rule.
Oh my god, then every chess game is
true.
The same thing. Like
equally racist. That was the original racist game.
Racism is overrated.
Actually...
It is, and you know it.
Oh, I wasn't gonna comment on that.
Because you know it's true. What was I gonna do?
This is a good puzzle. This is a great cap off to the puzzle.
Yeah, because now you actually have to think.
You have to see. I Chug Dong's calling it out too. White always goes first. Original racist game. Other thing that's point out of this area, going back to the game, is the trees behind you, behind these puzzles. Look like nice, like Italian trees. It's kind of the first of I don't know. Basically, the island is the world. You see scenery from that you would see all around the planet.
There's no racism here because there are no races. It's just you and your shadow.
That's right. This game is also against Italians. If you couldn't pick up on that subtext,
by honoring their trees, you are just full of white guilt.
That's probably true.
Yeah, you need to
There's
stop
also
that. That just makes you submit to the man. This is not right. I need to go this way.
You can, yeah.
I need to go this way.
I can't remember if I did that the first run through. I think I did, but I almost missed these puzzles.
I think I did this first. I'm not sure. There's evidence. You can go on YouTube and watch what I did before. I mean, I didn't discover the environment puzzles. until very, very late. That was partially because people were distracting me, because they would just act weird, which people don't understand. I understand you guys tried it out to influence me when I solved puzzles, but that's impossible. Like, if you start acting weird, I'm not going to be, like, not influenced. I'm going to, like, freeze up. Anyway, I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying that's... Oh, yeah. This is...
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Flashing red lights.
What are we going to do about this? See? So, whatever you miss flashes, so you're like, oh, I just gobble them up.
Yeah, whatever's wrong
Tasty.
flashes angrily at you.
Yep. Yeah, that's the other thing that you kind of learn is that, you know, it actually tells you this is the one that messed up. Is this the game that has the hole? There's a lot more than one. What am I doing?
Is this the game that has the hole?
No, what happened was there was a hole in the ground, and somebody else in chat was asking about it, and Dawn caught on to that and started making shit up about it so he thought that he was leading me on about something that wasn't there, but the truth of the matter was that somebody else was asking me a damn question and he credited himself, so that was what that was.
This is a good puzzle.
Yes, and I think that there's like a...
I'll point out we'll point it out when we get there, but there's another puzzle that I just straight up I gave up on, but you were able to get. You persevered through.
Up here?
It's later in the game.
Okay, it better be later in the game.
Yeah,
this is clearly impossible because... Clearly, because this is forced, right? If I go anywhere else, that gets ignored. Then this is forced. But now, both of these are forced, and I can't go both of these directions. So this is out. Clearly. So, there you go. See, even when I see the answer, I'll still explain other rigor in my logic.
So I've watched like maybe 3 to 5 people play through this game, like for the first like hour or so, because I'll usually like sit someone down and like make them play this,
then they only get that far and then they stop.
It depends. So there's varying success. Most of the people I've showed this are also like mathematicians or computer scientists or something like that. So it's definitely a game made towards somebody with that kind of like mindset or whatever, I think. But I don't know. It's fun. It's fun to see. Some people like really get it really quickly and can blaze right through the first area, and then some people struggle a little bit. So it's interesting. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the sentence are well. Does everybody understand why I took that off?
Those are rampant on the chat right now.
Yeah, the. Alright, so...
We need to mark this channel as not safe for work.
Yep.
All of those.
Alright, so... The reason why I took off the sensor was that it would block your entire post, which that's not fun. I'd rather just rip out the one word. Alright, so which way should I go? I could go over there.
That's where I went the first time.
So?
I'm just saying. You can do with that information
I guess, like, if you look at this path, it goes to it. Because also, I mean, to me, pretty pink trees.
Those are Japanese trees, right?
Those are Merkel trees.
Merkel trees? What's that mean?
I don't know. That's what these are. No?
Merkel trees?
I'm going to call them Merkel trees.
I don't know the Merkel tree. What are the... Is it Sakura? Sakura trees? Or is that right? No. I don't know. There's trees in Japan that are like that, where they're pink. I will point out all the environmental things. There's also aspen trees later in the game. Spoiler alert. But, yeah.
I'm calling them Merkel trees. Alright, so...
Now it's like we're in the Southwest. There's sort of like a universality is what I'm saying in this game, where it's like the world is kind of condensed, or a lot of things that you see in the world are kind of condensed into this one island.
Yeah, so I can go here.
This is a great puzzle.
That looks simple. Hold on, but I can go over here too, right?
But now you see this cord.
Yeah, I see.
You're trained about the cord.
Yep, I've been trained in chordology, and that goes over here. What? What? Where? It's off.
So this is similar to the puzzle we saw in the tutorial area. We have a cord going somewhere, but for some reason it's not doing anything there.
I don't think I was ever aware that what that looked. I don't think I ever saw that off.
Unpowered, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I went into this room before I ever followed the cord. This is a great puzzle, though.
Wow, look at the accusation in the chat.
What's that? Do you think they blaze before the stream? I blaze every day. Bake and bake.
This is quality commentary right here.
How many? All right. So how many solutions? Okay. How many solutions does that puzzle have?
Can I bring it back, or can I go over here and see it?
So this is a great thing about the puzzle too. Is like a lot of times like it's a puzzle where the door opens or something like that, so you can always still see the puzzle. This one's like a switch, like a bait and switch, where you think it's gone, it moves out of the way, but you can still solve it because it's a double-sided panel.
$7? So I guess you could double it 14.
Huh? What?
7 or 14, depending on whether you count this.
I think there's 8.
Okay. Why am I only seeing 7? Which one did I miss? What am I missing? Because I can't go back down.
Let's do all the puzzles in this area, and then maybe we'll talk about this puzzle later.
Oh my god, is it that important?
Yeah, I mean, this is a non-trivial puzzle. Like, the puzzle is not over.
Are you spoiling for me? Because I don't remember that.
It's something that I didn't notice until later, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, can I... Is this something?
Do you remember what this building is?
I remember solving it really early on. So here's a circle, but it's hollow. It's not completely filled in. See, like if I go right to the back, it doesn't quite fill.
So for fun, this is the glass blowing building, I think. This is where they make all the glass that's on the island.
That one's all messed up.
So I think in this room there's a bunch of piles of sand. And then they have that kiln in the middle room.
So this is on. Alright, I gotta look at this a little more closely.
Yes, this is where they make the meth as well as the glass. Glass was code for meth, actually, in the first place.
That wasn't hard.
Ogatu pointed out a good Easter egg as well. In one of the piles of sand in this room, there's a braid castle, which is used, I think, just like on the braid posters. I can't remember. Ogatu, is that a castle seen in the game anywhere? Or is it only on promotional material?
So that's blocked and that's blocked. Okay. can't even see it. Okay.
That's what I recall as well. I got to.
Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. Oh, wait. Here we go. So, this is cool. Except nothing happens.
Yeah, and that's something I was kind of curious about. I don't know why they deny it to you at this point. It's like they're artificially gating the boat. I think they're doing it because they don't want to show the... They're kind of gating where the user's going at the beginning. So I mean, I think it's the...
Is that all it is? There's not a specific point where you unlock it? I don't remember.
There's no... Like, you can get it later, but it's arbitrary why, if you go to other docks, you can get it there, but if you go to this dock, you can't get it.
Okay. Huh. I wonder if there's some... Yeah, see, my instinct is to think around all the stops, and then you say, well, you don't want the player to be able to go there yet, but I don't really see that.
Yeah, I think you can. I think any of the other stops, if you go there, you can unlock the boat.
Oh, there it is. I just didn't see it.
Interesting thing with these 3 puzzles is I think... No, never mind.
What? No? Oh, you thought of something interesting, but then you realized it was false?
It's for the next set of puzzles. Touching tips, dude.
Who came up with that joke? It wasn't you.
That's me. I just did it. Just right now.
You have watched so many people play this game. One of them came up with it, and you're...
This is a canonical witness joke. The old touching tips joke.
No.
Yep.
I'll believe that sooner than your first story. Wait, where am I going? I think this is the same. If I remember, this is purely from memory. Like, I think this is actually the same.
Yeah, so all 3 of these solutions are the same solution.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting. They're 3 different puzzles, but...
Are they 3? I think the second and third one are the same puzzle, right?
All 3 of them are different puzzles.
I think these 2 are the same. Look at them.
Is that true?
These 2 look identical.
Oh.
But
Yeah.
So
So
we
never
each
mind.
learned
Oof.
something. No, we each learned something. I taught you these 2 were the same puzzle.
I'm a fraud.
And I didn't notice that
I'm a
was...
GD fraud.
I didn't even notice that was the same path.
Yeah. Who's Halo Jib? Do you know Halo Jib?
What the...
Halo Jib's saying we should touch
I don't know
tips.
how to pronounce it. Ogatu? Drunk. Absolutely drunk.
God, who's drunk?
Gotta be. You don't normally talk like this.
Wait, who's Ogatu? Oh, anyway. We should go back and look at the castle, because we were mentioning that in chat. The Braid Castle.
Did you notice, like, the number of viewers, like, spiked up as soon as like, you talked about this?
The Braid Castle? Or
No, the touching
tips. Everyone has an opinion on tip touching.
They just, like, all texted each other.
I know.
Go get on. We'll see this.
Yeah.
Go on a blaze of glory. Because that would be the last thing we do here. What's going on?
So over here is a castle, and...
Where?
Right here.
Oh.
It's a sandcastle.
I'm looking, like, on the horizon and shit. Alright. It's just a little... Okay.
And so...
Stomp on it.
So the dual purpose here. This is the sand that makes the glass. This is the glass house. But then this is also... the poster for Braid has, like, a sandcastle that's kind of, like, blowing dramatically and stuff. Possibly falling down. But this is a reference to that, probably. And then this is the first example of the 3rd tier of puzzles, which aren't really puzzles. They're just like Easter eggs. But you're going to see a lot of those in the game.
What the hell is the 3rd tier of puzzles?
Just things in the game that have meaning, and you can derive meaning from them, but like kind of going a direction beyond the environmental puzzles. They're not really giving you any feedback on it, but it's there.
Alright,
They're embedded in the environment.
I actually don't remember what?
Okay, yeah, so now back to this room. So,
doesn't adjust me. This is important?
I think this is a very non-trivial puzzle. This is more important than... There's more significance to this puzzle. It has more impact on the environment than other puzzles around here.
Getting 7 every time.
Alright.
Am I not...
Do you want me to just say it? I should probably just say it and not build it up this much. So you hear that sound that's happening every time you solve the puzzle? So there's a reason why I said that there are 8 solutions to this without even thinking about how to solve the puzzle.
Okay. Oops.
Look around the room.
What? But in this room?
Do you see it?
I
So
see 8 jars here, but...
whichever solution you have for that puzzle, that is lifted up.
Oh my god, okay. But I only see 7 solutions.
Well, you can just look at the 8 pots, and those are the 8 solutions.
Those are the 8 solutions?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
It's like this one, it's like completely filled in or whatever. And then the pot that's elevated right now is the completely filled in pot.
The completely filled in pot?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I see. So if I go this way, I can go to here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5. You can go in and out. So, like if you branch out there.
Oh, branch out here?
Yeah,
Oh, maybe that's where I missed it. So I think what you're saying is I need to lift this one, which is the inner thing, which is like nothing or something.
Well, you don't have to. It's something to appreciate. It's just that there's 8 solutions to that puzzle. Each one of them is represented by a pot right now in the kiln factory. Whichever puzzle you have for the door happens to lift that one up. That is all.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that before.
It's just really cool, and it's something you usually just pass by. There's significance to it, but yeah. Onward.
Yeah, I try to think, is it 2 to the 3rd? I still am not convinced because it seems like there's not an independence there, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I buy the 2 to the 3rd either. Maybe, I don't know.
It might be. I gotta save my brain power for the actual paths because
I mean, I guess
I'm dumb right now.
I guess
I'm supposed to be able to do these kind of things, but
I can see the 2 to the 3rd. Like, you can think the vertical is either on the outer edge or the inner edge, and there's 3 different ones, so that's the 2 to the 3rd. I think I buy that. I buy that now. I think that stands.
oh, you're saying you go either left or right?
Yeah, so you have 4
On the
columns.
First, you look at the 3 squares.
Yeah, there's
and
3
you're saying-
squares. The vertical sections can either be on the outside or the inside, right? So
Yeah, I
there's
think so.
2 options. Yeah, I get that. Maybe.
Do I pass the bottom square on the left or the right? I pass the middle square on the left or right. Okay.
And now this puzzle's turned on.
Now it's turned on, and I know that I need to gobble these up. This is forced. What?
That's just fine.
What?
You're right. You're
That
right.
I need to gobble them up?
No, how quickly you use it. This is forced. That's a weird solution for the puzzle.
Should I have done it differently?
No. I was just thinking in terms of like in the area with the symmetry or whatever, everything looks like everything looks like the pots kind of, or like there's I don't know, each like in the glass house all the puzzles are symmetric, so all the puzzles have like a certain like look to them. This one, I'm not sure what that puzzle how that's supposed to be representative of this area. That's what I'm saying.
Well, maybe it's teaching you that not every
It could be,
puzzle represents the area. Just in case you went too far with that principle. What are we at? I'm just curious. 35 and 4.
What's our menu at? Look at our menu. See, we have little shapes now. We have like solutions. We have paths that we've solved. This is now in our memory.
That's weird. My memories don't show up when I close my eyes. It's
And
just like a bunch
actually,
of weird ones.
I think it might be based on what you're looking at.
I was actually going to say, like, it's based on the last thing that I... Yeah, if it was... I thought you were going to say that it was based off the screen that...
Because you were directly looking at this
that,
puzzle before.
and then it looked like a solution. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the path... Yeah, that's what shows up.
Is it not true that you just have random symbols flashing as you... later in the game? I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, see, now it's just regular, boring stuff. Okay. Wait. So, hold on.
Yeah, let's look at the sun.
No, I'm closing my eyes and seeing, it's about that kind of reddish color. That same one that shows up there.
Let's look at the sun. Let's do something that we can't do in
Your,
real life.
yeah, that's a stupid idea. Of all the stupid ideas, what?
Don't look directly at it. And then if you pause...
Oh...
Wow, that's surprisingly unremarkable.
Just saved your vision there. Alright, so if I go up here, this is too glorified to be able to solve at the moment. I can do this. So...
Forced.
Yeah, forced. Oh no.
So this is back to...
Yeah, go back to the very beginning.
It's back to
tutorial because
puzzle.
of this thing, yeah.
So we gotta find some chords.
Hey, Warful, this is my second time through the game. I beat it 2 years ago. I just haven't played in a really long time. I don't know all the details, but yeah.
This guy.
Yeah.
I've already introduced myself, Warful.
Yeah. I put your name in the title of the stream, so.
Mm-hmm. Witness Guru.
Yeah. Guru.
These sets of puzzles, I always want to believe spell something out in letters, but I don't think it actually does.
Yeah, why wouldn't they? Or like TH something?
I have no idea.
It's forced. No. That's forced.
That's not forced.
It's not forced. No, it's not forced.
You have a force one back there. Force.
Stop! I would not be doing this. I would not go that way. But now I just
found the trigger.
Okay. Alright, just let me be me.
Combo breaker. Different type of symmetry.
No, because you gotta get this too. Nope. Alright. Alright. This is probably the first time. Oh wait, these are the only exits, so I can't go that way. Don't let friends be so stupid.
Is it called point symmetry? I thought it was rotational symmetry. Maybe they're the same.
this would be forced at this point.
I think there's another solution for that one too. Like I think at which is viewers are going to see this. I think at this point you can go either way. So like this line can go and complete that way, or it can go up and complete that way.
What?
Oh yeah. Oh wait. I'll use
your
my
own
mouse.
designated mouse.
All right. I don't know if this will be an improvement or not. I don't think it will be, but
I don't know what you mean by improvement.
So you can go this way too. I don't think that solution's necessarily better, but there's two solutions.
Alright. Let's go with the worst one. I do that if I can do that. Is there another solution to that?
Probably. But if we back up, it looks like a HEI there. Maybe
yeah, THEI and then like just garbage. Alright, and so now we have electricity.
Also a lot of good reflections in this area.
Okay, so
reinforcing the symmetry theme.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember what happens here. So, okay. So I got my blue and my yellow. So I think I'm always blue, right? So I couldn't have done this. That doesn't work. Okay. Obviously multiple solutions there. And now you're making me wonder if all of these have some artistic qualities to them.
I mean, Jonathan Blow said like specifically like there's like in the original cut of the game there's something like 800 puzzles or something like that, and they cut them down to. He claimed that every puzzle is important, but like it might just be something in terms of like game design being important. Like this one teaches this, and they have to learn this before they can learn this, or something like that. But I don't know. But some of the puzzles like have significance, like the one in the glass house or whatever.
It's not gonna work. Oh yeah, you bumped the other mouse. I was wondering what happened.
Dude, me and Joey are quickly becoming friends.
Yeah.
I'm gonna steal this cat.
Yeah, I'm hurt right now. All right.
I agree with you, Verfel. I think he's definitely he has a lot of very strong opinions. I don't agree with all of them, but he does end up making pretty good product. So it's hard to... It's one of those ends justify the means questions.
Wait, I know it.
It's really funny to... I watch him stream a lot, because like he streams doing code, and he streams himself playing video games sometimes. And he played PUBG for a long time. Watching him play that the first few times was so funny, just because he would get really frustrated, and like he got really good at it eventually. But like, yeah.
I'm gonna get all of that shot. Oh, that's inconvenient.
I don't know. Watching him play games is probably more enthralling than watching him program, though. Not saying that it's less important, though. I mean, I'm glad that he programs and streams it. But. I think it's just maybe a different kind of creativity I got to. I mean, I think both of them are good.
These are the puzzles where the yellow fades out. But it's still there, so you know how it works, so it's another teaching kind of thing. I've just about almost learned how to crawl here. No, wrong way. So confused right now.
The expert. Who's the expert? What are you talking about, iChug? Jonathan Blow, maybe? Jonathan Blow made Braid, and then he made this game. And he's working on his own programming language called Hi, or Jai, maybe. And he has a roadmap to make more games in the future, probably at a better frequency than when he made this. Higher frequency. It's always the yellow that fades, Teddy. Beginner's Guide is an interesting game. It's worth a playthrough. I think I was gifted it, so I was all for it. It was zero cost to me, but I would not regret paying $10 for that game. I think that's how much it costs on Steam.
I gotta solve it the right way. I mean, I gotta solve it with my own thing first and then flip the path around. It's just too much for me.
Also should mention that this game, The Witness, is on sale this weekend, probably for its 2-year anniversary, but it's on sale for $10. Which
yeah,
is,
I heard about some people scooping that up for 75% off.
It's
75% off.
They also came out with this game on iPad recently, and it launched on the iPad for $10, which is kind of slap to the face of the PC gamer.
Yep, they just took all my money.
Don't understand why it's a $40 game. I mean, you get a lot of hours of playthrough in this game. I think my first run through this game probably was like 40 hours. John Blow is full of himself. I mean, he has a lot of strong opinions. Again, I don't think all of them are right, but I think he's, right about a lot of things.
As long as you're useful to society. Oh, that's the wrong one. You gotta go with the one that loops around a little more because it makes the Jack-in-the-Box go off over on the side of the cliff or whatever the hell, because philosophy.
I think I'm full of myself too.
Something like that.
I haven't made a game though. I haven't even. So I thought about. I did not mention it, but you start this game coming out of a tunnel. Like, I think that's. Is it too early to say that that's probably a reference to, like, I don't know, being birthed out of the. I don't know. Something like that.
The same puzzle? This doesn't have the confused. Oh, I see.
What time zone are you in, Ogatu?
He's in France.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, I forget what the path was. What?
Yeah, like Verful has 71 hours in this game. I think it's totally worth $40 for that reason.
Yes. Okay. So.
Oh, okay.
Wish I could stand behind here. There's a trick on some of these others.
Interesting fact is you can solve the puzzles that are behind you right now before you solve the ones over there.
Yeah, I can see that. but like...
So, like, before you solve the first orange one, like, those other puzzles weren't illuminated.
What?
Like, right now all the puzzles are illuminated. But, like, before you, like...
Yeah, like that one's off, right? That one was off before I solved that one.
I'm saying, like, these are off, too. Like, originally. The puzzles that you're looking at now are off, but you can solve the symmetry one, the blank ones, even without having solved the first ones.
Yes, but I was using these to help me.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, what you said doesn't surprise me at all, and
Okay.
I actually kind of figured as such, but I just wanted it to help me. But I guess, I mean, I see your point, I guess. I guess it's interesting. I don't know. You know, in... Oops. Bad memory. I think it's this. Okay. So I could solve this. Okay, you want me to do it?
You could try.
I could try. All right, stare.
Well, I'm saying you can do it now because you're like, well, I don't know. You can see the dots. I think it's more impressive when, like, this isn't even illuminated at all. If you happen to have played the game and memorized it or whatever, you can solve the original puzzle.
That is...
You don't think that's interesting? I don't know. I mean, I guess
it's
fun.
not impressive. Oh, if you already played and you memorized it all and you just put in the path and... I don't know.
Perhaps I'm easily amused.
Okay. Amused is a different term than...
Impressed.
I don't know.
Perhaps I'm
maybe
easily impressed.
Maybe you didn't use that term. I don't know. This is actually... I mean, was it just like... No. Or was it...
Oh, that's interesting, Werfel. I've seen a few speedruns of the game. It's pretty interesting. I have not played the Magic Circle, but I've heard.
See,
it's
that's
good.
at the bottom. It's at the top. So maybe I need to do this.
See, Werfel brought up a good point. Is that if you're doing a speedrun of this, you don't.
Yeah,
even
I saw the comment. Yeah, I can see that the blue one is hooked up here and the yellow one is not.
That's not too symmetric. This
yes,
is
but
another design sacrifice.
It's true. 59 though. I mean, I guess I could do this first. Okay, so this is my first, very proud of it thing. All right, everybody ready? All right, here I go. Watch it.
And you can see a shadow, so you know he's not moving anything right now to do this. It's all telepathic. I've never really thought about the shape of this puzzle. Does that look very laser-like? Yeah, I guess it kind of looks like that.
This just really wants to gear up here.
So one thing we haven't mentioned yet, that's good to, if we get to the town or if we go back to like the first puzzles we can mention, is when they were making this game, they had like actual architects and gardeners come in and give them feedback on like the houses that they were making in game and like the gardens they were making. Oh yeah, we have a laser. We have our long-term goal now.
Alright, and now I'm going to knock this out anyway because...
Ogatu makes a point. The yellow laser boxes have designs on them that are related to the area that you're in. I did not know this. We should inspect the yellow box.
Alright, hold on.
Are you checking to make sure that...
I think Dong wants to know what the rules of the game are. Is it possible to rewind a stream while it's going? I don't even know. I think you can. I don't know. Okay.
It's like you're doing mazes in kindergarten again. But they get kind of more complicated.
He's been watching. Well, yes, but you killed a few brain cells with some, with some alcohol.
Let's look at the laser box, because there was a claim that there are designs on the box that are related to the area that you're in.
Wait. Okay. So what? Did you say the patterns?
It said the laser box.
The laser box.
The big yellow laser boxes.
Wait, I saw that. There it is. Each of the big yellow laser boxes have designs on them that are like that. Is that what we're talking about?
Maybe. We'll have to go to another one after and double check.
When I saw a yellow, I was thinking yellow paths over here. Yeah. Okay.
So okay. Can we zoom in on that pattern again? Try and remember it for later. I guess it's symmetric about the middle.
Yeah, we'd have to look at some other.
Yeah.
My main question is that you did a maze type thing on a garden. Yes,
yep.
I will get there eventually. That was my favorite puzzle. It was that perfect amount of where it wasn't too hard, but you still felt accomplished doing it, probably just because you were physically walking through it.
There's an optional second section of puzzles that on this symmetry island.
Nothing is optional here. Nothing is optional.
Well, we've already got the laser. If we're just doing the laser run through.
Are you kidding me?
Oh wait, did you do that? You did them already. I was just no. I didn't.
No, I didn't. No. Because I remember I was going to do the environmental down here, and I never did. So. Yeah, it's over here, right? So I'm going to do this. I thought it was down here. No, it's not down here.
Wait. Go back.
What?
Go back.
Go back. Oh, you were thinking of a different one?
No, there's a puzzle there.
Oh, it's the one down there. Okay, I see.
Symmetry!
Oh, I'm in the wrong spot, right?
I think you're in the right spot for that one, I think.
I gotta... See, they really know...
I know, right?
The game really understands those damn lines. Look at that. They actually put it in the reflection one. Huh. No, but you got to be able to do the upper one too, because they're not going to. I thought that didn't connect up here. Well, see, I got to do the basic thing because I don't remember. Oh, maybe it was even higher up. What?
It's that high. Maybe. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so this one's pink. Pink, purple, magenta, fuchsia.
So you're keeping account of, we have one gray environmental puzzle in the garden. We've had 3 black environmental puzzles and 1 brown environmental puzzle.
That's depressing.
Just for those keeping count at home.
I mean...
Are we at +5 right now? For environmental?
No, we got 6, I think. Yeah.
6? What was the 6th one?
I've been sneaking those in without you paying attention. You're busy rambling on about how great Jonathan Blow was. You're just here to fill the gaps. With
to fill the dead air with praise for Jonathan Blow.
With banter while I stare dead-eyed at these confusing puzzles that I've already solved before. I just don't remember. Alright. I can't even find the path. See, you guys are all experts. And you're just like, oh, yeah, here's how you speedrun it. And I'm like, I can't find how to hop off this cliff. Alright. Here's the thing. Ooh. This one, I think I stared at this forever first time. But yeah, it's, for people on my level, you look behind.
For woke people.
Yeah. I meant the opposite, but sure. You look behind.
Good question, Teddy.
I'll draw a pretty picture.
Teddy has a good question. When do you get guns? All the lasers point to a laser gun that you get at the top of the mountain once you get all the lasers unlocked.
See, now you understand this mechanic. There you go. Now you get it. Alright. I need a beer. I'm going to get a beer.
Are you thirsty?
Thirsty.
I'm actually going to get a coffee refill.
You get a coffee refill?
Yeah. You can do it. Ugh.
Right, can you give me a beer?
Yeah, I can get you a beer.
Oh, I mean, I can't just like. Oh, you have it in your pocket. Okay, yeah, I got some on the counter, but. Alright, I'm gonna take these keys. Go get more beer. Alright, cheers. Alright. Here we go. Wait. Explain this? Alright, so you're supposed to look. You see, these panels are windows, right? So you look through, and you can see all the rocks behind, so you gotta draw the pattern on the rocks. But this doesn't really seem to work very well. So what I'm thinking. Yeah, you look behind. So I think it's supposed to go behind here, right? No, it's right there. That's where it is. I found it.
Oh.
Whoa. Huh?
I need to talk about this puzzle.
No, okay, I won't solve it. I didn't see anything.
I wanted to talk about this puzzle because this is in the top 5 maybe favorite puzzles I have in this game. And it's because when I was playing this game for the first time, maybe in the first hour I got into this point or so, like I was blazing through the puzzles, really digging the game or whatever, and then I got to this puzzle and I had no idea how to solve it. So, let me WASD over here. Yeah, okay. Alright, so this is the puzzle. This is a combo breaker right now. Here, like, you have this little rock sticking out of here. It's not really clear what the shape should be. A lot of people do something like this.
I just did that, yeah, while you were over there.
Yeah, and it's like, well, okay, should I... And then a lot of people are like, well, maybe I should do something like this, you know?
Oh, for the clouds or something?
Kind of do, like, a bigger shape as what the rock is. Like, you know,
try to match
do something in the spirit of the shape of the rock, but that's not doing anything. I'd
love to go back and see what I did before. I think it's great and also embarrassing that all my first playthrough is all on YouTube. Mm-hmm. But I think I actually did this relatively quickly.
This one, so I took a break at this puzzle, and so I'm screaming in the mic right now. Excuse me, sorry. I had to take a break and go to the grocery store because like I needed groceries or whatever, but the entire time I was shopping I was thinking about this puzzle and thinking about like what the solution could be because it just didn't make sense like this. And so then the thing is if you back up from the puzzle, there's this excellent little thing right here where you can see that the podium has been twisted.
Oh.
And it's not even facing in the right direction, and over here is where the actual puzzle is. It's such a great. There's not many lateral thinking puzzles in this game, but they just tucked this one in here and it's great.
You know, I don't remember this puzzle,
but
really? I also found it really quickly just now. Everybody saw me just like, oh, it's over here.
Yeah. I mean, all the information's there. When you're like locked up or whatever, it's just peeking off to the side right there.
I'm a genius. Deep. All right.
Yeah, this game's real good. I don't know how I feel about these puzzles, right? How they're like not... You know, because it's like it's not...
Oh, this one in particular?
Yeah, because it's like not 100% symmetric. It feels like it's...
That's the puzzle, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's fine. Like, you're still drawing shapes around things, so it stands, but... I guess you see that type of thing later, too. It's just a weird evolution for the puzzle to take. This is a good evolution of the puzzle.
This is what I first thought, which I think you go over here, right? I remember this. This one took me longer.
This one, I got this one easier because I was primed for the.
Yeah.
You might need to look at this in a different way, sort of thing.
Yeah. This really impresses me how they're able to put all of these natural landmarks in such a way that you look at them at any other spot, like
yeah,
it's just part of the environment, but like they don't get in each other's way either.
Yeah,
which I would figure would be a problem when designing it. I'm pretty sure if I try to do something like this, all my cool ideas, they just run all into each other and it wouldn't really work.
Yeah, like this is like you're in a circle or in a, I don't know. So you have a lot of space that you can kind of look out into. So that was probably intentional. There's one. So I think we've done all the puzzles now. I think on this area. For perfect fun. I Chug Dong. I don't believe I Chug Dong has played this game. There's one like Easter egg. Oh yeah, there's more pillows, drop pillows. So this is a place of reflection, I think.
Reflection.
This is actually symmetry. The reflection is a puzzle mechanic somewhere else. But those are very close to one another, right?
All right.
Symmetry, reflection. Yeah, if we go to the other side of this area.
Let's go to the other area of the side.
Okay, and you want to go out here, yeah.
To your favorite panel.
And if you go to the left and like look behind, back towards the lamp.
Right here, right? Your favorite thing, right?
It's just if you turn around right now, like there should be like a woman on the rocks out here.
Oh, this is familiar. Isn't it more obvious when
you might want to go out to like that? Yeah, it is more obvious on the boat. Oh yeah, there she is.
Yeah.
And then like her hair ties in with the rocks right there.
And you're so sure this means this is like an environmental and it's not or something?
She represents Mother Nature, and her hair is how we're abusing it. Yeah, I think you can see it clearer from the boat. I don't think it's a puzzle or anything. It's just like a nice Easter egg.
Yeah, I think that I'm pretty sure that I thought this would be an environmental in some angle, but it's not.
Yeah, Ugatu mentioned there's also carps down here. In fact, if you turn around and look at the reflection of the water, those are reflections of the tree branches, but they look like fish. Yeah, it might be a mermaid, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the significance of the character is.
Wait, where are we talking about? We're talking about Zumbini somewhere here. Zumbinis. See, you never played Zumbinis. You haven't lived yet.
I don't know what Zumbinis is.
Yeah, you haven't lived yet. I had no idea what I was missing out on until
it looks like a dong
last week.
The fish? Dongfish? Wait, Zumbinis? Is that the game you were playing last week?
Was it last week or was it 2 weeks ago?
Was it the logic puzzle?
It was 2 weeks ago.
What's the name of the logic puzzle?
No, I played something else last week.
What was the logic puzzle that you played last week that was like a virus or whatever, where you move like a piece or whatever? That was a good logic puzzle. I would like, yeah, I don't know. That's what you call a fast zombie.
Oh, let's check up on our minimal progress. So this is all the environmentals in this area. And I found this one, and I found this one, and that reflection over there. And those are the only ones. And there's a whole bunch of others in this area that I have not found. And I really like the fact that I don't remember how to find them, so I got to rediscover them. That's how you give the game replayability and worth your dollars.
And whenever you solve the environmental puzzle like that, the sparkles that come off of it or whatever collect at the obelisk that's tracking it.
Yeah, we saw that earlier when it was like way off in the distance, but you could see on one of them. We did actually see it land. Okay, so where am I off to next? Should I go to the desert? Should I go to the...
I mean, when I played it the first time, I went to the desert.
What? Is that your vote?
No, I'm just telling you facts.
Let me think about this.
Sakura trees are nice. That's a fun area. In general direction of the vacuum puzzle. Yep, that's
Hang
true.
in there, Thixamillion. All right.
And the obelisk is also affectionately referred to as tire stacks.
Tire stacks. Yeah, that's what I called them. All right. I want to do the Merkle trees.
Sure. Sakuras. They're Sakura trees.
Okay, so I want to get rid of this because I actually want to get this over with
Because this lags out your computer. I remember that from.
Oh yeah, I kind of remember that before. That's not why. That's not why. Wait, was it this area? No, it was the wildflowers over by the gardens. Whatever. No, actually, it's because
Sakura.
Did I just restart? What are you talking about? Is there a problem in the stream? No? Okay. No, what I was going to say is, I don't know the relevance of this to anywhere else in the game.
I mean, all the puzzles appear a second time in the town, I think.
Fuck the town. I don't like the town.
Yeah, the town's fine.
What?
So the town's fine. Yeah, but
Well...
it's a good indicator to the player that they need to explore more.
Yeah, the town is frustrating because it looks like a really cool place to be, but then you realize you don't know how to do anything.
Yeah. Did you drop a restart in chat?
What are you guys talking about? What's different? I'm just going to keep playing. Okay, so... I know what this is. I don't like it. What?
I'll ask Ogatu, since he seems like another witness expert here. Maybe Verth... I forget this name. Knows as well. Is there any tree puzzle that's not associated with a tree, but... You know what I mean? But, like, just something else. Yeah, we're... That's my question, but we can keep playing the game.
Okay. All right.
Should we talk? Okay, so this is like a weird kind of combo breaker of a puzzle. It's like it's a more like creative use of the puzzle and not like a logical system.
Speaking of everyone being dumb, what's a combo breaker?
Combo breaker is like where you see a certain pattern of things. So like for example with the puzzles where you're outlining rocks or whatever, but then you get to a puzzle where it's something completely different. So
okay, I can understand what that means, I guess. Well, this is a whole different region, so it's not really a combo, right? It's a whole different area. But usually the areas kind of follow certain themes, or I mean they'll connect, right? So the area we just did with symmetry, we'll see symmetry elsewhere, right? But like this is okay. So this is a reflection of this tree right here. What?
Okay, all right. I think I got it. There are other places that kind of use this. This is just an example of like the puzzle representing something that's in the world. There's other instances of that with like elevators and
I guess, and like
platforms.
Windows when you see through, I guess. But I don't know. There's the apple, so that's the answer. So
the long and short of it.
Yeah. So I mean, what more is there to say? Like, how are you going to come up with like a well-worded presentation of logically deducing thing? No, you just like see it or you don't. When I played, I didn't see it because I was standing in the wrong spot.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
It was everyone's favorite moment that I just could not get this.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're bringing up hurtful memories.
Yeah, I mean, you got to.
Good thing you got that beer in time.
Drowning in my sorrows.
Yeah.
And also, what's worse is that if you screw this up, you got to go back to the beginning, right?
Panels itself, they all relate to the trees. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of
Over here is blocking it, so we know this is the wrong side. Okay, go ahead.
There's like puzzles that'll represent like elevators that you're on, or like the windmill and stuff like that. So there's like that's kind of in the same vein of what's going on here, but yeah, it's not exactly one-to-one. They do a great job of making puzzles that represent what you're doing right now, I guess. They're in certain places. We'll point them out.
See, like, do I stand on this side? Do I stand on this side? I thought they were better at this. Alright. Oh, wait, I know what the clue is. Okay, see, I know what to look for now. Okay.
Is this turning into a shady drunk stream?
Nope. It's just beer.
Where's the fireball? I don't see it.
Nope.
Must be tucked away for later.
Later?
The hedge mazes we count. Yeah, I think that's true.
Okay.
The boat puzzle being so difficult. Which boat puzzle?
Why don't we wait till we get there?
We could. Yeah, we can.
Not just for you, but for me, because I gotta re-experience it.
Yeah, that's true. We want to actually play this game.
Yeah, because I don't remember everything, and part of my enjoyment from replaying this is actually by waiting 2 years, I get to like rediscover everything. Like I never want to get to the point where I could speedrun this game. I like the fact that I don't know how to solve these partially. Like I'm trained to know how to solve this one fairly quickly now, as opposed to the first time when I got stumped and didn't know what to do at all. But now I see, as opposed to just guessing which side of the tree to stand on, I can see now the clue is the fact that the far left branch doesn't split. Right, so I believe that's this side, right? It's because that one's broken.
I think both are broken. Or is it just the one? No, yeah, okay, just the one.
Yeah, so that side is the same. So if this is correct, then we got to go up the left branch, right. So I'm going to look really stupid if this is wrong. Alright.
I don't know how late we're streaming it got to. I think Charles will stream later than I will be awake, but we'll see. He's better trained for this sort of thing.
What did you say?
I said Shady will be awake longer than I probably would. Because Zogots was asking how late we're streaming.
I thought you said the reverse.
I will be up later?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not used to the late night streaming.
But you're having more coffee than me.
That's true.
For me, I just have so much fun as the time passes. I don't know. Alright, so this is the same thing where this breaks or something. So it looks like all the ones on the left are intact. Okay, there we go. So this is the correct way. So, see, I think before when I tried this, I was looking at the apple and thinking, well, the apple had to be on the front. So that's why I assumed that would be the correct side, but it's not. So right, left, right. Right, left, right. Right, left, right, right?
Right, left, right.
You tried to mess me up. You fail. Well, I succeed.
I've never noticed that purple tree before, just hanging out back there.
Just chilling. It's one of those Merkel trees.
A Merkel tree? Why is it called a Merkel tree?
Close. It's full of Merkels.
Full of Merkels? Oh my god. Save them.
They're not in danger. Oh, that's ugly. Alright, let's figure this out together, buddy.
No more apples to help you.
More apples?
I said no more apples to help you. Alright.
You're right. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm going to continue making my coffee.
What the hell could it even be wanting me to do?
What's the purple tree all along?
It was the purple tree?
That's what the
How far back do I have to go if I mess this up?
To the last puzzle.
Oh. Well, it's left. It's right, left, right?
Stakes are medium range.
Alright. No, hold on. Hold on. That doesn't look right. What the hell? There is no super windmill puzzle yet. Okay, hold on. What the crap is this? Why isn't there an apple here? Or is this tree even relevant? Is there a real tree somewhere else?
Is this showing up on chat? This grinding sound?
Is the grinding sound showing up on chat? Probably. I'm gonna assume so. I could turn on the volume of the stream and get some feedback loops going in, and we'll see. No.
Just don't want to disturb.
Yep, they're hearing it. It's grinding their gears. What? This can't be right. Merkelbe abandons me right as I get lost. Going to the bathroom to grind the coffee? It's not helping.
What?
We still hear it. He might just be the first person to ever grind coffee in the bathroom. Probably not, but you know, it's a thought. What do you got? You're trolling me about this tree. This is not what's going on. Okay, so... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is gonna piss me off if this is what it turns out to be. Hold on.
You upset?
It's just stupid.
Why is it stupid?
Alright. Oh, and it just disappears. Yeah. I got this far before. And then... Where does it go? Does it just open... Does it open the gate? Was this gate closed before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it lets me in here. Where I can... Is there an environmental in here or something? Remember this. That makes me squeamish.
This.
What?
I just want to see this area.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with this area. It's like a artist lives here or something.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's like the workstation over there.
Yeah.
And he has drawings of like the hearts and being branches. And there's a sliced up apple over there, which is why there's not an apple on the one tree. He just got hungry, so he took it off.
Oh.
Maybe. I don't know.
I see.
And the branch is with it.
And it's with this thing again.
Yeah. And with that thing, yeah. And the designs on the knife blade as well, or the handle.
Yep.
Actually, I never noticed it before. That's why the apple's not on the tree.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna say that's what it is.
I always thought that the apple being there was just flavor or something, but
Yeah, no, that's it. Because you're supposed to pick the missing branch, apparently.
yeah,
But actually, what you're doing is you're picking the branch that was cut off.
yeah,
That makes sense. We solved it.
it
We
works.
did
It works on 2 levels.
That's actually one
like-
big level, but I still like it.
Spot the difference, and you weren't actually supposed to spot the difference.
So he messed up his own puzzle.
Oh, and so here are the aspen trees. These like white bark trees.
What? Huh?
These are aspen trees, I think. Right? It's white bark trees.
What?
Those are aspen trees, I think.
This right here?
Yeah. It's again just like showing like the universality of the map. Like these are
Oh. So you notice the game is still smooth. It's just the stream lagging. See, this happened with that other game too.
birch trees.
See,
Maybe.
the game is running fine, but but OBS is not having it.
Maybe they're birch in the orange area or aspen trees. The only reason why I'm very big on them being aspen trees is I went on a trip to Colorado like 6 months ago.
I've been really bad at reading chat today. I've just been so distracted. All right.
They're talking about the conspiracy in the game.
Yeah. I was a conspiracy theorist in my younger days, and I realized nobody actually knows what they're doing.
Except for aliens.
You know, you're going to suck me right back into that cult with that statement, because that is a very salient point. All right. Actually, it's more unfalsifiable, and that induces fear. All right.
Oh, hey, there's the windmill.
Yeah. Hey, guys. Trixie.
I've actually never noticed how, yeah, there's these little like parts of the puzzle that don't matter over here.
What do you mean they don't matter?
Maybe they matter. I don't know.
I mean, it forces you into a windmill pattern.
Yeah. I like how your shadow is always in like a power stance.
Fists clenched? No, not quite. Do I want to start this up? Hold on. 71. Okay, so it does count as a solve. I thought it would.
What if you do it the other direction? Does that count as a separate puzzle?
That's a good question.
Apparently not.
Nope. Alright. Did this actually move?
I think it stops it. And so you turn it the other way to make it go in motion. It seems like there'd be more interesting potential if it made it go the other direction.
Yeah.
If you had like maybe 3 solutions, or it could be stopped or rotate either direction.
Or just failing to solve it? I don't know.
We should design this game. Jonathan
We would have been
Blow
better.
obviously doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah. Oh man. I guess I gotta do it, huh? Crap. I'm lost right now.
You doing the windmill puzzles already?
Why not?
Guess we're here.
mean, I'm doing some environmentals.
So you're forced to go that direction. Because that's the only one that has like a piece connected to the center.
Yeah, and I have no plans right now.
So let's see if we can find exit points first. Or we could go look at like the pictures on the obelisk and see if we can find what the picture looks like.
I remember it's like a quarter turn, a half turn, and a three-quarter turn.
That's right.
I mean, that's not just memory from a long time ago. I remember seeing it a few minutes ago.
In fact, it looks like the 3 different other things all have the 3 different endpoints on them. Know what I mean?
Yeah. Alright, so that's 1. I'm gonna definitely fail at this a few times. Don't judge me. I'm just here to entertain you.
I agree with you, Siximillion. I do think I'm glad they exist. I just don't like doing them.
What's the 100% speedrun world record?
Sorry, 100%? It's like 2.5 hours, I think. 2 hours, 17 minutes, something like that, maybe.
And if half of that is the...
Yeah, an hour and 15 minutes of that is a single puzzle.
An hour 15?
I think it's an hour 15, yeah.
I thought it was like 58 minutes.
Maybe it is. I don't know. Ogachi's saying that it doesn't just stop it, but it stops it at a certain position.
No!
Uh-oh.
I told it to move. No, I guess I'm stuck, right? Or... Doesn't look good, huh?
This is the end.
That's what's actually frustrating. You tell it to move over and it doesn't.
The sound of this puzzle is aggravating. Yep.
Yeah.
Hello, Retro Gamer.
Hey, Retro.
Maybe we should just go on and do something else.
Man, you are bored.
Nobody's happy with these puzzles.
Everybody is angry. We have to 100%. We're 200%.
We have to 200% this game?
Well, I already got 100% last time.
Oh, I see. And did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Surprised by that.
I think. Thought?
I guess.
Why did I spend so much time on it?
I guess people can 100%.
Get off of this.
Have
Fucking hell, guys.
You've gotten that one already, right?
Yep.
No. That's a bummer.
Why won't it move off the thing?
They continue making coffee.
Wow. Well, the go-to
Equally-
Ogatu is leaving, so
Oh. Man.
goodbye, good night, good day, good whatever. Oh wow, I've been drinking a beer and I didn't finish my coffee. Okay. You don't want to jump that way, I think, because then it'll get cut off. See, it won't move. Why won't it move? And now it magically jumped over. I missed it, and then it jumped back. You should have seen it. Everybody else saw it. You guys saw it, right? Okay, so now I need the 3/4 one.
I think you can actually solve these puzzles from the town too. Like you can do it from really far away.
Are you recommending this?
No.
Okay. See, look, let's see if I get it this time. No? Okay, that's time it. No, that's not the thing. That's not the problem. Problem is the second one.
This one's... Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I need to pass through it, right?
Yeah, looks like you can.
No, do I want to?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Do I... Because if I pass through it...
Maybe you have to, like, pass through
Oh,
it.
I know where I need to go. I know where I need to go. Yeah, I panicked because I suddenly realized I didn't have a plan. That one has a broken blade, windmill blade, so I gotta pass underneath it. Okay.
Yeah.
I see what I need to do. Alright, sorry about that.
What a nice little compact puzzle here.
In principle, it's fine, and I know that they did their best
And-
to make this work, so...
There's a speedrun section for the 99.8%. I guess that's everything except for the video. There's there's the all lasers.
Yeah, I am in support of that.
There's also an all lasers speedrun, I think, where that's the point is just to get all the lasers. Yeah, I vote that we hop off this as early as possible.
Oh my god, I have 2 out of 3.
Oh, yeah. So we'll just get this third one.
Don't add pressure. Like,
Yeah, I mean, if you fail, we can just go. Yeah, like, we should go.
no, but... Well, it didn't work before. There was a time previously where...
You could, like, hop off and it would go back or something?
It went back, yeah. Like, it started went over there, and then it jumped back over.
Yeah.
Why is this that bad? You're the one that wants to sit here for an hour listening to speech.
That is pleasing to the ears, though.
You don't have to wear that headset.
That's a good point. I could turn the volume of this down, too. This is where I should use the secondary mouse and just, like...
Oh god, it's completely
unselect
sabotaged.
it, yeah.
We are moving on. Why? Hey, buddy. There. I'm just gonna miss this by not paying attention.
Paying attention to Joey.
Yeah.
That's fine. Oh...
What?
I think there is something about this actually where you like can't travel off of it because it's already like highlighted, so you can't like double track the line. I think
Are you
that's
sure? Because I can double track this line.
Either way, I vote that we should go on.
Why should I leave this incomplete when I've done 2 out of 3?
Because it's annoying the people watching the stream. You should do this in the wee hours in the morning, like 5 a.m. or something like that. It could be like an alarm clock for the listeners.
Hey, buddy. Who? They're not like screaming about it.
That's true.
You're just like projecting.
You have very polite listeners.
I mean, all I see is quality entertainment right here.
Alright, so what if you got off there on this one, and then picked it up here, and then like went around and then went down there? I think that's what you have to do.
So... But I need to pass underneath.
You can... I think you can still do that. But here, on this one, you should get off on this thing. And then pick up on that one. And then ride it all the way around. And then pass underneath and come back up.
I don't think that makes a difference, but, I mean... Okay. I mean, I think that it's... Well, I don't know.
Even if the sound's not great right now, it is a really pretty image. The windmill's really pretty. The windmill was like part of the game for a long time, or like that was like in the early stages of development. I think there's a Reddit post where it's like the history of the map of the Witness, like over the course of like I don't know, 5 or 7 of the years. But it's pretty interesting.
So this is what you're saying?
Yeah, you want to ride that one around. I think you're going to leave the same place you entered, but off the other side. And then...
Okay.
And I think it's for that reason where you can't like double trace on the same line for some reason. But
Oh, it's kind of like the touching tips?
yeah, this is a classic windmill tip touching situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard
It's
to say.
not just the tips that can touch.
Hard to say. Hard to see.
Any part can touch any other part.
Mm-hmm.
Intimate. So I go underneath.
Yep. And you can hop on, I think, either of those two sections. The last one. But maybe to be safe, do the middle one, since that... Well, I don't know.
I don't know if you can hit that. Yeah, you can't hit that upper one.
Oh, okay.
Joey, don't bump me.
Oh, man.
The cat screws me up there at the end here. You can just hold this, right?
Hey, we never have to do that again.
Until next time, 2 years from now.
2 years.
We should do this every 2 years.
Assuming we could do it 2 years, 0 years, 1 year, and then 6 years.
Oh my god! So we do have to do this.
We have to do this twice.
We have to do this twice this year.
Yep.
We have to do it in 2 days because we weren't sure to do the anagram. Or
Yeah, we have 2 days to do it.
Yeah. 100%ing tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to beat the world
we're
record.
200%
We're already
tonight.
past how long the world record took, but we're going to find a way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. No.
If you get the windmill to go the opposite direction, it rewinds time. That's how you do it.
Told you, he's an expert.
That's the braid Easter egg in this game.
What is it? You hold shift? I thought that just ran. No, wait. What was? I don't even remember what the control was in braid.
I think it was shift, but I'm
Was
not
it?
sure. I played on console first. This cave, also very vaginal. Definitely an artistic statement.
I wasn't listening. What?
Nothing.
Okay. Wasn't important. I like this. I really like this.
How it just gives you a little peek.
Oh, yeah. Like, and because you can come in here real early and you're just like, I want to know what this is about. And you know,
It's like, ooh, look at this sweet pathway. I'm not allowed to go there.
yeah.
This is a cool thing, too. Like, it gives you a window to look through.
All right.
Let's look at that little foggy window over there.
Okay.
Like, it even looks like somebody's, like, wiped their hands on it to try and look through. I don't know, that's interesting. I don't think there's another window like that in the game.
Yeah, it seems everything else in this entire world is completely polished. So, yeah, like there's no. In fact, I mean, isn't that kind of the premise of this? The reason why this is such an incredibly polished, clean, sterile environment, like just because it's like a virtual thing. I mean, obviously it is, but even in the story, it is or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't heard
So
about
this might actually be very significant. I don't know. All right, so get it out of your system about how you hate this mechanic or something.
Which mechanic?
All right, never mind.
This
Go
mechanic?
do the
the white
evil
one.
things.
No, it's just
This guy. Just... I bet Dong passed out. There's the hole.
that's true. Dong has been all quiet on the Dong front right now.
Yeah. There's the hole. It's right there.
There's not a puzzle with that circle from this perspective, right?
Right.
That's interesting. That seems like a missed opportunity.
I
Come on,
suppose.
Jonathan Blow.
All right, we're not doing this.
Maybe if you would have spent another year. Ooh, the Dorito puzzle.
Oh God.
This is a really cool puzzle too, because there's not like a centralized place where it teaches you the mechanic of this puzzle.
Yeah.
It's an interesting combo breaker.
You want to text him?
Dong?
Yeah.
It's probably chugging down. I don't know. He's no longer suited
He's
to be a
respecting
mob?
your freedoms,
What?
and you're complaining still.
Do we have a vote of no confidence for I Chug Dong? What does this world come to?
I like this old name better.
Derp Clown?
Yeah.
Yeah, Derp Clown's good.
Yeah, he just lost the password for it or something.
Unrecoverable. There's no way to recover it.
Isn't that sad? Rip in peace, Derp Clown.
2 puzzles. You have an option. How do you want to go through the story?
Well, I have no idea how to do that, and actually I don't know how to do that one either, so...
We just get a nice preview of this room, but we're not going to do anything here. This is a cool room, though.
What? Dong's last message was EOD44. I didn't see that. I wasn't paying attention.
What does EOD44 mean?
I'm guessing he was just passing out. Just mashed the keyboard. I don't know.
Poor Dong.
I don't want to do these at all. Why did I come down here?
This is a really cool room, though.
It is, but I don't want to be here right now.
The audio
Why did
is
I
really
come
good
down
in this
here?
room,
That doesn't
too.
make any sense. I felt obligated.
The windmill's a trick, dude.
It's just
Uh-oh.
like...
Teddy's trying to take control, become the new mod.
I don't know how voting for yourself is a power move. That's just you just
Thick
flapping your
Simillion-
tongue and jacking off. Like, that doesn't mean anything.
Thick Simillion's part of the purists. He still believes that Dong is the rightful leader. Maybe we can...
Alright, well, I
These
believe
are
in
the
evolution.
sides.
This will sort itself out eventually. Alright, I'm getting out of here. I don't want to be here right now. Don't you like this? How I insisted on doing these, but I don't want to be in there? Alright. But I'm not doing that for show. Like, I really don't want to be in there.
Well, there's nothing we can do there, so there's not a lot of point for us to be there.
Well, I bet the puzzle count would go up.
2020 is a long way off. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, weren't you going to tell us about how this worked?
Yeah, so we should talk about that. There's a couple different, like...
I don't know anything about this.
There's a couple different markers around the world that, like, mark your progress and how far you are through... Sorry, I'm reading the investigative journalism going on here of, like, where Dong can be right now.
No, we're teaching
we'll
them,
catch
they're
up,
teaching
we'll catch up.
us.
Yeah.
Like, this is fantastic. I'm learning a lot right now.
So there's a couple different places in the game that mark your progress through the game. Like, basically how many lasers you have, how many environmental puzzles you have, completed, like, tire stacks, and then maybe other stuff, I'm not sure. But, so that's represented right now through, like, there's lanterns here that are dark on the lake that will light up.
Yeah,
I think
like
those are the
that right
lasers, represent, like, the light of the lasers. There's fountains.
Yeah. I was about to ask if that...
So I think those are environmental puzzles, maybe, but then there's, like, these lotus flowers,
I've
too.
only done,
like,
like
bloom.
6.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, the fountains get bigger.
No, 9. How could we forget the 3
But-
I just did?
The fountains are, like, specific to an area. Like, there's multiple fountains. So, like, that's a fountain for a specific area of puzzle. And, like, so I think these flowers bloom, too. And then,
You're not as well prepared as I had hoped.
so sorry. I've never gone through and, like, measured the exact progress and then go solve puzzles and come back and see which ones are different. So I haven't done the diff.
But at least the categories, right? So
I'm
these-
pretty confident the lasers are the lights.
Okay.
So we should just have one lit up.
So we just kind of have your drunken speculation
I'm
instead
not
of...
even drunk.
I know. That's what's so pathetic
That's
about
what's
it.
sad, yeah. There's another cool part back by the lake, though.
I mean, I'm just going to the other side. but
Okay.
Yeah.
In the reflection of the lake, you can see the mountain. Like, it's set up so that
Oh, yeah. I'm on the wrong side for that, for sure.
it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. You can kind of see it, but that's just something that's kind of cute.
Let's go... See, here's one of these. I have none of these.
Another tire stack.
Another tire stack, no progress. What were you saying about? Where's the mountain? Over there.
It's over there.
So, what? There's the reflection of the mountain or something? What were you
Yeah.
saying?
I guess it's more impactful when more lasers are pointing to it because it's, I guess, you can see more of it on the reflection of the lake. Right now, it doesn't look too impressive.
No.
And dungeons. Wait, there's Dungeons and Dragons? I've lost track of this.
They're just not listening to you.
Oh, man.
They just don't find you very compelling.
They're uncovering some, like, hardcore truth right now.
I have no idea if we should allow these links.
So I'm trying to think of the other places that are markers. There's also, like, one of the trees, like by the desert area. I think I haven't verified this. There's a big tree by the desert area.
Yeah. When you get the witness on Steam, like that's the picture.
Yeah. There's like a flower that's like slightly blooming at the beginning. I think more flowers bloom the more you solve stuff, but I'm not sure about that one.
Well, here's a
yellow box.
Yeah, that's the tree that, when you look at the game up on Steam, that's the tree that you see.
So that's going to be in a pile of sand in the next game.
The tree?
Yeah.
Wait, there's a next game?
It's like the sand.
I don't follow Jonathan Blow. You got to tell me these things.
It's a callback to the sandcastle. Yeah.
That's the name of the game? Callback to the sandcastle?
That's the name of his next game.
Call back to the sandcastle.
Yep, the entire thing goes in reverse. He's just continuing the last level of Braid.
Alright, now, what's the real answer?
What the tree is?
What the next game is?
He's working on a game. There's like a name, I forget what it is. I don't know. If you go on Twitch, you can watch him working on it. He was working on
But that's spoilery.
It's like, for the next game?
Uh-huh.
I don't know anything about it. Well, I mean, you can see him working on the engine for it. It's going to be like a puzzle game. It kind of has like pathfinding like this, but.
Oh.
This is another cool couple of like functional areas where this area down here is the quarry.
Yeah.
Which you can kind of see where it's like they make all the bricks and all the statues that are on the island. And then there's another building behind you to the left, which is the like logging place, which is where they bring in all the trees and like make whatever they make with the wood on the island.
I know it's too early to be solving these because you just run into all these mechanics that you don't know how to do yet, so. Coughing, where's the D though? What?
Yeah, there's no D. It's a let's see. Something else I want to talk about is like the sound design in this game.
Isn't that the whole point of the name? Sorry.
No, you're good. So one thing I want to talk about is sound design in this game is they like purposely chose to not do any. Oh, nice.
I just saw it.
That's like a freebie, yeah.
Oh, they play a different sound when you make the first environmental for each.
Oh, really?
You never noticed that?
I didn't notice that. No.
Listen. The first environmental you get for each totem, each tire stack is the sound is different than all the others.
Is it like more impactful?
Yeah, there's like a little buzz. It goes.
Oh, okay, interesting. Well, I'll listen for that for the next time. Yeah, so they consciously chose they didn't want any game music in the game. So because of that,
you're lying technically.
Is there music in the game?
There's a one music, but. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Fair point. There's two song soundtrack. But because of that, they had to fill it with like ambient noise and be very conscious of like what the sounds would be of the map. And so one of my favorite sound effects is walking up and down these steps. And I think we've talked about this before.
Yeah, running up and down the stairs at work, the way it echoes in the stairwell sounds very similar. It actually reminds me of the sound here.
Yeah, and that's just like a one-off sound effect. I don't think that sound effect's anywhere else in the game. Oh, where is the D? They just baited us into saying that. Nice.
Yeah. We're having a good time.
Chat's getting around.
We're having a good time around here, and it's about to get better. All right. You want to do the desert? I mean, desert starts with D.
This is like the Egyptian section of the map.
It's the Egyptian.
Egyptian. Well, because some of these areas are very like very heavily referencing like culture, a certain culture, or like religion. Like there's one area that's very clearly like a Buddhist area.
Yes.
And it's kind of, I don't know, it's weird. It's kind of timeless, right? You have a castle. You have this, which is very like reminiscent of a pyramid.
See, that doesn't even. Well, now it's doing it. I don't know if I like that because, like.
So this was the first environmental puzzle that I found in the game, by the way.
Me too. Well, very close.
Maybe I was up on the top of the building. I think looking down is one. I forget which one it was, but it was one of those two.
Mine was around here too, but it was after I solved about 400 puzzles. Why are we talking about the purple tree again?
Don't worry, chat's going to get to the bottom of this.
Can't see.
This is something...
No. See?
There was a little bit of a... But that's not the first one, though.
It didn't have it.
Didn't have the sip. It had a whiz sound when I went by. But I want to point out that the reflections here, this seems like a very hard thing to design. Like, to get this one static object to have certain reflections in certain places to like have
this stunned me when I first saw it, and it still does. I just can't even I can't even begin.
It's pretty impressive.
It just makes me want to give up, like, because you will never make something as brilliant as this. Sorry, there's your limit right there. You've been capped.
That's why it's okay if Jonathan Blow is really full of himself. He's done pretty cool stuff.
Yes. If you can back it up.
So I think this was one of the first ones I did.
I see one right here. Well, you have to like stand in the right spot to where the reflections like cover the gaps or something.
Yeah.
There's some rock there. Damn it. But I see it.
Uh-oh. Fixamillion's no longer backing Dong. He's backing the purple tree now. Triggered. I'm forced to go this way because that's where the end point is. Oh, that's cool. You can see it feed into the tire stack.
Yep.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's uncommon. You don't typically get to see the
payoff. Very first one we did today, did you notice?
Let's see. Oh.
No, not the very first one.
We didn't.
But the first one of the...
You're talking about the one at the overlook? The water?
Yeah. The first one we did outside, sorry.
The
first one we did outside.
Third one. Second one we did outside. I thought we did the path one before that one.
Did we? Oh, maybe.
I think so.
1, 2,
Wait,
3.
Dong is the purple tree? Oh my god, I've been missing all of this truth coming out in chat.
They move about the same amount. Apparently, he's not posting here. All right. So that hit this one and that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that works now.
What works? See, because this...
No, you got to go back up and around.
Yeah, I almost had that. Is it just those two? Or is there a third one here?
I think it's just those two.
I think it's just those two. It looks like I've used everything.
Yeah.
That's just knucking butts. I mean, it's...
Actually, you might be able to get third... Never mind. Yeah. Oh, man.
Right.
Yep, we are at the pyramid part of the game. This is where Jonathan Blow hid all of his secrets.
Is that true?
No. Yep, all the secrets in the game.
Not all the secrets.
All of them are right here.
You are a lying propagandist.
It's real news, dude.
It's you are control the
that.
opposition.
Look at that. You just stumbled upon puzzle?
No, I was looking for it.
All right.
I mean, I found it faster than I expected to, but yeah.
This one's one of the most painful ones though in the game. There's a lot of that. Little micro moves right there.
I thought the game was supposed to assist me and move me into the right spot.
It's supposed to what?
Assist me and move me into the right spot.
Doesn't help you out there.
What I like about it, I think if we go back and look at the shape of this particular one, like we know that this is actually a straight line, but I think it probably shows up as like a slight curve, I bet. Because the perspective, the actual two-dimensional projection, like if you look at that,
slight curve.
it's slightly curved from our perspective, which is the only thing that matters.
That's what the game teaches you. Your perspective is the only one that
See
matters.
the curves in the comment there?
It's true. He called it. Double Q called it.
Alright. There's one of those. I can solve it from here.
Oh, nice.
Unfortunately, I don't know.
There's some tough stuff here.
Yeah.
Even after you know the rules, this is actually a pretty tough puzzle because they only teach you the rule for this one and like one or two puzzles, I think. I'm serious. It's like advanced.
Wow. You have to hit all the squares. You know that much.
That's another part too, yeah. Those puzzles are the best, I think.
Yeah, it's gonna get really interesting when I get that good at this game. But gotta practice some first.
Let's look at all this broken stuff here real quick.
Okay.
I guess that's all it is. There's probably a reason why it's broken. Like, it's probably solves a puzzle somewhere.
Well, we know what this ultimately is, but...
I mean, I guess that could be the point of it, is it's just broken there, so to round off where it's not broken, no, that doesn't really make sense, so...
I mean, it'll cut off right here.
Yeah. I don't know. That's interesting. Whatever.
I remember this. Hold on. I can get it. I can do it. I can do it.
Nice.
See, that one's yellow. The other one was green. I thought they go to the same one.
The green... The one that you just did was green?
The one I just did was yellow, but I thought the one I did over there was green. Or one of these. Something over here was green. I thought. Was there? Maybe I'm just making shit up. I don't know.
I thought they've all been, like, yellow.
Maybe so. I would hope so. But
I
I
know
thought I saw green recently.
The one over the water was green, but that goes to a different one.
Yeah, this is
I
probably...
don't think we'll do it again.
Yeah, we'll do it again.
Vodka. That sounds... Anything with tequila in it sounds bad, for me at least.
Like, gross bad or, like...
I'm not a fan of tequila.
Yeah. I don't want to do that. There's another one here, though. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Looky. fizz sound when it goes by.
No, that's
It's not the one you're talking about.
No, I'll be sure to point out when we go to another area because there's got to be some that we haven't.
There's a good number left, yeah.
Of how many?
How many totems are there?
Yeah, there's like 6, right? Is that?
I don't think that's what it is. I think 6 is for the challenge doors. We've seen 2 of it already. I think that's what it is.
I kind of want to say that there's 6 totems.
Sold by the treehouse. There's this one. There's the one by the.
What am I doing? I don't need environmentals. I need.
You need lasers.
I need.
You need to get your laser game going, dude.
I need to touch the tip.
What tip are you needing to touch?
What? You implied that. I remember I did something here before. I wonder what it was. It was something really strange.
This one took me a while to figure out what the
yeah, but I feel like last time I did something. Oh, I can see it there. Yeah, this took me a long time too.
Yeah, you got it pretty right away.
I mean, this took me a long time before, but.
So it's like, how did the first person figure this out? Did they like the person who etched it in or whatever? They just had the solution. It seems like I don't understand why this is a weird puzzle.
You always want to walk up and do it, but you don't have to. I keep forgetting you don't have to.
Yeah. Grease smudge puzzles. I like that.
I guess now I have to. Oh.
Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna grab some coffee.
I guess there's probably 2 angles I can look at that. Oh, this. I don't know angles. Why am I in the dark all of a sudden?
What do you mean? Oh, I turned off the kitchen light.
Yeah. I guess, well, actually, we look fine, though, so I don't know. Does that say what I think it says?
It's what?
Does that say what I think it says?
What do you think it says?
That?
This is one that I was like always kind of frustrated by because it makes you think. Yeah, that's right. Like it's very close to being like a
think.
Well, no. Back up, like, and look at the top 3 puzzles. Like it's very close to being like symmetric, but it's this one over here, the one where it goes like up and over, is just slight combo breaker. Very displeasing.
Aesthetically displeasing.
Yeah.
It's a good like screen name or something.
Where's Shiny Tautology at?
I don't give a shit.
He's in Houston.
You just doxed him.
I did not. I will tell you that he does not live in Houston. At least now.
Well, you just doxed him again.
I don't know. Saying one place on the planet where somebody does not live, I don't know if that qualifies.
That's a lot of information, dude.
Really?
It's the internet. Remember that story about the "He will not divide us" flag?
I don't remember that.
Shia LaBeouf. You don't know that story? It's a fantastic story.
You tell it. We got time.
So, he's going insane, but he was, I forget the first thing, but it was something in the middle of town. Something in the middle of the city where he was going to fly this "He will not divide us" flag, some anti-Trump thing, and then that got all shit on or whatever. So he took it to some remote area, and all he did was he wanted a 24/7 webcam pointing at this flag in the middle of nowhere.
I think I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah, and 4chan was they looked at the patterns of the stars, and the planes going by, and over time they were able to figure out the exact location where that flag was, and they basically played capture the flag. They took it down.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
All right, so I will not give out.
So I'm just saying,
I will not give out
tiny
the
bit of
star
information
location of where where Shiny Tautology is.
See, this is the time where I just wander around, I waste time, and I don't go do the next thing that's obvious. Because I'm wondering if there was another thing I could do. Tell us more.
Yeah, what happened after that, Thick?
Okay, yeah, I see. I do need to do more.
They put another flag up. Uh-oh.
Don't fight 4chan. My goodness. If I've learned one thing in life, I know what I need to do. I remember this. I'm only half paying attention because I'm thinking about the heroics of 4chan. They are our
the
true
heroics, yeah.
They are our true overlords. The problem is, Double Q, that doesn't work like matter and antimatter. It's not like you make them less good at figuring things out by you not figuring it out. You still got, you don't. This is why blockchain technology is the future. You cannot beat these decentralized systems. Alright. Oh, I am the master. I actually don't just remember this.
I actually did not know that that's how you solve it. I went around the backside of it to try and solve it that way. Oh, that's cool. That's clever.
I actually just did that right now. I was just. How did you do it? There's another opportunity.
I went behind it or whatever, and as it's spinning around, you can kind of see an angle, and you do it on both sides and kind of.
Where over here? Somewhere?
Yeah, over here. Yeah, you're going the right way.
Oh, still even.
Yeah, behind the scaffolding or whatever, you can kind of see it as it turns at certain angles. You can see like half of it is lit up.
Oh, interesting.
At the right angle.
That, you know what this means, right?
It means only one of us can be right. And
I was going to say the opposite, but maybe you're right. I was going to say that we have multiple solutions to a Jonathan Blow puzzle.
Uh-oh. Terrible designer. This game is literally
Who's
unplayable.
Texting me right now?
Someone's texting you?
Or something.
Oh my goodness.
Alright. So. Yeah, I know. He just said Houston. That's.
I said that he was there.
And then you said he doesn't actually live there.
That's
so
true.
now they're going to cross-reference that on their database where they already know who everybody is. It's just a matter of which person in their database. How's the brownie?
Pretty good. There's
Pretty good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might try some. I've actually been wondering what to do, if I take a break and if you do some things, because I'm usually the one to solve the puzzles, but I'm sure you can keep them entertained in some way.
Yeah, we can play Ask Me Anything. You can see what
That's a game.
Hard-hitting questions.
What was I going to
chat
say?
has.
Oh yeah, they're going to cross-reference it in their database of people who go to Houston but don't live there. I mean, that pretty much does it. You'd be surprised. I'm not falling for this.
It's interesting, like how ugly this like natural or this unnatural light is.
What the hell does this do? Because it just sucks on both of these.
I feel like this is like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like usually the light, it's weird how it has this like tint to it, this like cyan tint to it.
Is it doing what I think it's doing? Yes. Okay.
Why would they give you arms if you never use them?
They don't give you arms. You're born with arms, dummy.
I don't think I understand either part of this conversation.
There are multiple parts to this conversation. It's just it's a lot simpler than you think. You're overthinking it.
Oh, okay.
There you go. No, I'm not sure you need arms for that. You can get creative. What? I thought I could do this. Then I realized I couldn't. Doing something stupid right now because this just turns them all off, right?
Yep.
That shows up behind, so that's dumb.
I think you had the right one before.
Couldn't. This is the one that makes the most sense because I haven't made any use out of it.
Yeah. So you should be able to see a reflection.
I see this part, but I had that anyway.
Try and get closer to it. There you go.
Okay, so now I'm going to try this. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. All right.
Oh, all right. I see what they're talking. They're talking about you as an entity.
That's you brought it up. That was
Yeah.
your topic.
I'm not sure. I don't know why they do that either. Especially because it's like, by just having the shadow, it kind of limits. It's giving you a kind of like a very specific character that you are. Like it looks like a man, and it looks like somebody in there like middle age, you know. Whereas like if they just
I'm a
didn't have
middle-aged man.
maybe, but maybe I don't know. But it's like it's one of those things where it's like if they just didn't have the shadow at all, like it seems like it's much more open to like the perspective of who your character could be. So it's weird that they give you that amount of information. Are you a flat-chested woman? We're asking the hard-hitting questions now.
What the hell did it say?
Nice.
All right. Moving on. Okay, so that's obvious. That's the thing. All right. Oh, this pisses me off. Yeah, it looks like a thing there, but it won't allow me to do it. Almost looks like that can round out. Is that the only one? Or can the original also do something? I would think that the original could do something too. It's usually what happens. Yeah, the thing about your physical form is that you start thinking, ugh, my dumbass could just crouch.
Tech Rock, Jonathan Blow also said that he said he would be fine if this was the video game equivalent of like Gravity's Rainbow. It's like artistic but somewhat inaccessible.
I see it down below. I see it. I don't know. Maybe not. No.
What are you looking for right now?
I'm not sure if this...
There's two.
Okay. I kind of remember finding two last time.
I think...
One in the reflection and one in the main.
They're both the reflections.
Oh.
Sorry for spoiling this for you. There's like one there, which is like the easy one, and then there's one behind that's like harder to get. Just gotta squeeze through. I think it's.
Gosh, that looks cut off, but alright. Doesn't that look kind of cut off on the right? Maybe not.
Yeah, Tech.
I expect nothing less than perfection from this game. Alright. I'm like, let's move on. Oh wait, I haven't actually solved the puzzles in here yet. Alright.
Just in the environments. Tech, I also have this game for PS4 and PC, and I beat it on both. And I feel the same way where it's... Once you like play the game and memorize all the solutions, it kind of like it's hard to go back because you don't get the same like euphoria of solving something.
That's why I didn't play this for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why we'll wait a good 6 years after this one
I
year.
think that's why they said that. That's why they have an achievement in the Stanley Parable.
To not play the game
Do not play the game for 5 years.
Is it 5 years? Okay.
5 years.
I actually went back and played that like last week.
Oh.
I hadn't played it for like a year too, so I just reset all that progress.
Yep. I'm about a year and a half in.
There's another one for play it for like the entirety of a Tuesday, I think. Something like
Yeah, I was gonna do that, and then I didn't get
It's
around
not
to it.
that long of a game. It's
You can just leave the game open. I also need to find out what happens. Don't tell me. If you actually beat the game that's 4 hours.
what?
There's a 4-hour puzzle or whatever.
The baby puzzle?
Yeah. I don't know what happens when you do that for 4 hours, and I want to find out, but I just haven't done that yet.
I don't know if I've looked up a video for that or not.
It'd be funny if this was just a regular ass. Oh, it's right there.
Thick, how is it for iOS? I haven't played it on like an
Don't.
iPad or anything.
Sorry.
And tech, I like the environmental puzzle too. I've only sat through it twice though and listened to the speech twice, but
It's hard to trace this in my mind.
yeah, I can believe that. I wasn't hopefully this isn't too spoilery. There's only 2 achievements in this game. The one, I think one's just beating the game or like getting all the lasers or something like that. The other one, I was not able to get that on PS4 just because of the controls of the PS4, but I was able to get it on PC easily enough. I imagine there'd be a similar difficulty on the iPad. Well, that's pretty interesting. They have a zoom function in the iOS. I don't know if anyone in the chat has heard of this too. One of the programmers who worked on this game, Casey Muratori, does a video series called Handmade Hero, where he's programming a video game from scratch, like without using any libraries. Like he's doing, I don't know, it's really interesting. But like the start of the video series, he talks about making like a game platform independent. So you write game logic that's like independent of everything, and then you just have like a single class where the game's interacting with like Windows or is it iOS or whatever. And so if you set your game up right, you can do those sorts of things really easily. But yeah, programming for PC seems really difficult in comparison to consoles.
Yeah, see, I don't know what he's on about. Yep, this is triggering for me. I hate this region. It looks really cool. Do you know what he's talking about?
I don't know. I Cho Dong might be in dire straits right now.
Yeah. Alright. Here, I'm curious. 90 and 19.
Let me see if I can raise I Cho Dong from his slumbers. Oh, he apparently called.
He called you?
Yeah.
Alright.
Poor dog.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this room. I like it. I like the art style of it.
I like
the environment.
Yeah.
I like the... But it's... A couple of puzzles are a pain. The one over on the right is a pain of a puzzle.
I don't even remember it. I'm gonna... No, I can see the solution to the other puzzle. There we go.
You have to actually do... Grab the puzzle itself. You can't just grab the reflection.
I know.
I don't think Dong is dead. I think he's just in a deep sleep right now. Sleeping donkey.
Why does the camera have to move?
Oh.
It's the closest to me, right? I can't.
Convenient wall placement. So we saw the solution of the other puzzle that's lit up now.
Oh.
That was a fun sound effect.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
But this is also like a really cool thing to program too, just like the reflections. I guess they get it all for free, maybe. They just program the idea of reflective circuits.
I hate this room. I hate it. Where the hell is... Where's the reference? I just want to speed through this room and get it over with. Okay. What was the significance of that one? Is that something different from the others?
You can see the reflection of that one, maybe. I'm just gonna throw out suggestions because I don't remember the exact solution, but if you can't see a reflection here, you might be able to see one if you go behind it. Because the light, based on where the light is.
Over here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where was it? Which side was it? Was it this way? What does that say? Wow, how's it letting me draw that?
This is just a shadow. It's not like a bar. Or is it a... Oh, it is a bar.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a mistake. Ooh.
Ooh.
We found a bug.
Whoa. I thought this game had no bugs.
I know. I thought it was bug free. We just witnessed a bug. Well, that's easy.
Wait. This is the starting point, right? God damn it. What does that do? Is that important?
I don't know.
I remember that, like, solving and not doing anything. Alright, so is this one finally available?
I hate this one. Yeah.
I actually don't know how to do it.
This is one that I think I remember the shape of it. Like, I think I could do it without even knowing, like, the reflections.
Alright, I think I'm going to take a break. Because I hate this. You keep them entertained. You feel free to solve this one. This is actually one of the things that kind of triggers me, so go for it.
Okay.
Whatever.
Let me see if I can do it from memory.
Alright.
We'll see. Just remember it's an annoying shape. Like this, maybe. Something's... No. Something like this, but... feel free to ask me any questions, chat. Something like that. Yeah. Should I go with that one? I don't think that's actually the answer. I think it's close, but I don't know. No. Lost it. I've lost it, chat. That's nowhere near right. And I'm pretty confident in this end part, but the first part I'm not sure of. But it's kind of interesting. This one, like the puzzle at the beginning, is one where it's like you have to look at it from 3 different angles, and then in your mind you have to combine them all and then solve the puzzle that way. Those puzzles are kind of tedious and kind of annoying, just because it requires you to hold a piece of information in your head. But oh no. Let's see. Down 2, diagonal 2, then across 1, then down 1, diagonal up 1, then down, then diagonal up, then end. So you're saying it is like this. That is not true. Let's see if I can figure it out. I think I'm gonna go with this as my answer. And I'm totally wrong.
Stuff is really getting goofy now.
This is how the game is supposed to be played. A lot of guess and check. That's not right.
I know that you can get part of it pretty easily. So the other part of it is hard, right?
I'm pretty sure the last section I have here is right, but then I'm not sure about the first section. I've already checked this one. Yeah, that's not right. Something like this. You go up 1, down. No, that's not right. Down 2, diagonal 2, down 1, across 1, down 1, down 1, diagonal 1, and let's see. Chat, are you doing this from memory or are you looking it up? So I'm curious. Yeah, this is selected answer. That's correct. All right, I had flipped that then. My poor memory.
You want to keep going?
Sure, I'll go. I'll give it a spin.
Give it a little spin. That's fine. I mean, you want to put the other headset on?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll sit in the captain's seat.
All right. Not too long. I just.
You don't want chat to forget about you.
Yeah.
All right, way to go. Doing it from memory. All right, I'm going to go find the laser on top of the mountain and start shooting some of these puzzles. Because that's how you actually win the game. This cave, also very vaginal. Definitely an artistic reference. Okay.
Yeah, that was too easy. I don't feel like I'm missing out on too much of my puzzle solving not doing those.
This is a fun one.
We don't do the environmentals. Hey, buddy.
Halfway there. Got this sweet one. This is a great puzzle.
Yeah, there's one good one in there.
It's this guy right here. So it's blocked, but since you probably already solved a puzzle like this, you have to go behind it. And you have to remember what that puzzle is from memory. I don't know if I do it correctly or not. I don't think it's like that, maybe. It's a weird step sign there too. This guy, it's a little tricksy. These puzzles aren't, I don't know. Again, like after you've already done the puzzles a couple times, like you already know all the gotchas, and so it's not as interesting.
Yeah, you weirdos actually start remembering the exact patterns, which is it's just nuts.
Alright, so we have the option here. We can go up with the elevator, and maybe we can look at see if we can notice the pattern of this. Does the pattern look different? It looks like the pattern does look different, actually, because it looks like it has the like the hex pattern or whatever that these puzzles do. See, like you can see
I
the
can
triangles?
see it. I can see it.
That's pretty interesting. So that was a good call by Ogatu, I think. So each of these boxes, there's like a very like subtle pattern on it, where it'll be like referencing like the puzzles of the area. So we saw the symmetry one, which itself was symmetric too, but this one has like a hex pattern. Who's this guy, Thomas? I've been here
asking you the same question.
I've been here all along, Thomas.
And Thomas has not been here. It says in the description, like if people don't read, like
I'm the witness guru. This is my full-time hobby, is playing the witness at other people's houses.
Yep.
And talking to them about the game. It's a pretty profitable career. So, option though, we can send this up and then go back the long way, but we get an environmental puzzle out of it, or we can go up with the elevator itself.
You're not doing the environmental puzzles.
All right, going up.
Oh, I remember that environmental. Damn it, you spoiled it. I mean, sort of. You replay spoiled it.
Haha. Oh, look at that. We're directly below the dark cloud. I've never noticed that before. And this will be another spoiler, is to solve the dark cloud, we need this laser.
Well, this game just keeps teaching you things.
It's just such a good game. I always like doing this too, is you can, if you walk to a certain point, you can put the sun behind the dark cloud, and then it kind of lights it up for you anyway. You don't need any tricks. See, it's not that dark of a cloud. Oh, what a disappointing laser. Yeah, that's pretty cool too. What a cool game. Alright, where should I go now?
You can't do environmentals.
What do you not want to do? We've already knocked out the windmill puzzle, so that was...
That was really the one region I didn't want to do.
The windmill?
No, not the windmill.
The tree?
No, that... The one you
Oh,
did.
the reflection, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just walk around and talk about stuff. I want to look at the one apple area. I remember the video panels, yeah.
So you had the whole white brownie and I get the dark brownie?
Yep.
Okay. What was special about the white brownie?
Nothing.
Nothing? So it was just like a brownie without the chocolate?
Yeah, it was like vanilla. Alright, let's look at these drawings. You got the heart, but it's trying to say that blood vessels are like tree branches, which is not incorrect.
It's not medically accurate.
Well, I mean, it's like a fair... I mean, it's similar. You could say that it's also like streets of a city as well. They all have kind of similar properties. That's interesting. It's really focusing on it, though. Why just this one comparison to the body, though? It's like Heart.
Oops, sorry.
You're good. Heart, lungs. Just kind of at a macro scale in the body. What's this guy? What do you think this guy is? I don't know. It's weird. This one's weird too. It's the skull. And then, as a nice kind of thing tying it together, the trees are overgrowing and taking over the pictures of things that are like that. And then this is the last one that he's working on before he committed suicide by cutting himself with that knife.
That is a false narrative.
It's very tragic.
That's when he faked his suicide.
Tragic. These growing trees here. That's kind of cool too. Bonsai trees. This would be expected to see by the Zen garden. The white brownies are made of cocaine. That is correct. I did a brownie's worth of cocaine.
You're not supposed to say it.
Oh, I did a brownie's worth of powdered sugar.
This stuff is on the internet, guys. And Twitch is a private company or something.
Here's the purple tree, also known as our friend Ichog Dong.
That's Dong?
That's what they say, dude.
That's right.
That's a conspiracy.
They put it together. They saw all the signs. Hey, buddy.
It is interesting, though. Comes a pink tree? I don't know. Are baby sakura trees purple?
Merkle trees?
This one was weird, too. Oh, yeah. There's this... The, like, flowers are in the shape of a
remember
windmill.
this?
But I think there's, like, something like this where there's, like, flowers at a lot of different points in the game, and it's, like, referencing what they're next to or something like that. I think you did this on your stream. Like 2 years ago. I never know what this is about either. Why there's like a whole window here. Because back in like the starting area, there's a place like that with a window. There's a tree branch outside of it, and it looks up to a cloud. And there's like a juxtaposition of like the cloud is like the leaves of the tree. But you don't have anything cool like that here. You just have a lame window. Not aspen trees, huh? I guess they're just birch trees. That's too bad. Let's see if we have two things lit up. Looks like that one over there is lit up.
Yeah, there should be two of those little lights.
Yeah. That one's closest to the Egyptian area. That's dark. Oh, here we go. That's the reflection one. That's interesting too, because it's like in a little circle. Because like that's like the inverse of where it is, like where it's like
The
a circle.
inverse of where it is?
Well, like the reflection area is like a circle of land surrounded by water. It's a circle of water surrounded by land. I don't know what the two flowers by it are though. That'd be interesting if they tracked whether or not you look at like the Easter eggs, like the mermaid or whatever, and it's like if you stare at it long enough, it'll bloom. Symmetry, not reflection. That's correct, yeah. That's the symmetry. That's the reflection.
Hold on, can you turn back around?
Yeah. Or to this way?
No.
This one?
Keep turning. Yeah, over there. Don't stop.
Looking at that thing?
It's just... Alright, never mind.
Okay.
If there was an island in this, like this in real life, I would never leave. I don't know what... Well, I mean, there's food here, but I was going to say there's, like, nothing this world has to offer.
Nothing this world has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, why would you be here if you could be there?
Oh, on this planet versus this planet?
Mm-hmm.
Like if...
Like, say you didn't need basic necessities.
like food?
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine this would get boring. There's more to see.
I don't get bored.
Oh, okay. Well, then you can kind of go anywhere then, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, things can bore me, but not this kind of thing. This would not bore me.
Yeah.
The recordings would bore me. Oh, that's the. I was gonna say
So
something does, but yeah.
Someone says that is the desert lamp. I don't know if they're referring to this one or this one. I would guess that this is the symmetry and this is the desert.
The problem with the Myst universe is that it has such a tragic history. That's kind of my one reservation about it. That I would risk getting depressed, at least over time.
What's up with that little guy?
That's a Dorito. It's gotta be, right?
It is a Dorito. I've never noticed that one before. I don't know why that's just like...
I thought you knew all the details, the ins and outs of this lake. This was one of the main things I was looking forward to. This is your homework assignment. This is not going to be our only stream of this game because we're not going to be able to 100% like we were talking earlier.
So let's talk about how weird the shadow is right now, because you can see the entirety of your feet.
You're wearing a loin?
Well, yeah, that's the other thing, is I cleverly stood here because now I look like Adam, but... And it's a Dorito. So much symbolism. The witness age in the Myst universe.
That's what it actually says in the Bible.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
They were embarrassed of their nakedness and covered themselves with Doritos.
Yep. That's in Deuteronomy, it's spelled D-U-D-E.
It's an anagram of something.
That's pretty cool too. How close you are. Where's the laser? I know what the lasers are tied to what lamps in the lake. Yeah, which ones are which? Which one's in the circle? Is my circle theory correct? Is that the symmetry one?
Man, sugar just instantly coats your teeth with plaque. It's just like, it's just all over.
Yeah. All right. Confirmation. The conspiracy continues. Deuteronomy is you know, I never thought about it like that.
These connections.
That's a good observation.
How's he doing? Did he ever get back to you?
I don't think so. Oh, this is a fun time. I should point out the screen, the lock screen on my phone.
He has the easiest hackable phone screen. So he's shown all of 4chan his password.
So it is a witness puzzle. So, and it is honest to goodness, if you solve the witness puzzle, then you can open my phone. So it rewards people who are smart or autistic. I'm fine with that. For a while, I did that with my bike. I had a combination bike lock, and I would always set it to like either the first 4 digits of pi or the first 4 digits of like phi or something like that, and then the password would be the next 4 digits. So I figured if somebody like knew that, it would be like a reward that they could have my bike. Would you care for the crib notes?
Make your Bitcoin private key just a whole bunch of digits of pi. There you go. Just reward them. How long would that take? How long do you think that would take for somebody to steal your Bitcoin if that was your password? It was like, say, the first 200 digits of pi.
I don't know. I mean, it would be dependent on people trying to rate.
All right, I'll tell you. Passwords. You would probably lose it on the next block.
Wow.
Because people are...
They just try...
They mine anything? Passwords. Yes. So you have to be very... Because it pays.
Yeah.
Because technically you can have the brain wallet. Oh, you can just memorize the password. Then people just, my password is I chug dong. And then...
It's a good password. It's secure.
Well, at work it is, but not for your Bitcoins. Maybe for your shitcoin.
Shitcoins.
Your whatever your altcoin.
Shit cash.
Penny stock.
Yeah.
Banana coin or whatever the fuck that was. Dong coin.
Yeah, get that bullshit out of here.
Yeah.
I want to know.
Touching
I want to know the
tips
criminals on the lake. Tech rock. What do the flowers signify? Because there's 2 of them.
And do they bloom? Have we seen one? No, there was one. There was the one that was.
think there's one over here.
Yeah.
Are the flowers perspective puzzles?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's definitely not enough for them to be 1-to-1 though.
I'll be right back.
Because it looks like there's maybe about like 20. Shitload of flowers over here though. Does each flower stand?
Steal one of your beers?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you can have one of mine if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe the flowers stand for a certain number of environmental puzzles or audio logs. Oh, okay, cool. Wow. Okay, so there's a lot of audio logs over this direction.
Oh, it's quarter.
Clams are the vaults, and the fountains are the pillars where the environmental puzzles are stored. So I imagine the fountains get higher the more environmental puzzles you solve. So we have like a dinky one here and maybe like a dinky one there. Like none of them are going over here. Like that one's dead. Not sure what the different colors mean. Are there different colors? Oh, there are clams there. I totally didn't even notice the clams. The vaults. Okay, so there's one clam over there. There's 1, 2 clams over here. Nice. That's really cool. They apparently added this in like late in development too. Like it was like the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Because the audio logs were also like a really late development. They added that in like the last month or so. And then there's like videos of people. There's also like another video that they added in that they shot like maybe a month before the game was released. Like another interesting thing about this game is you can't buy a physical copy of this game. Like it's only sold digitally. And so they originally planned to sell this like a physical copy, but they like Jonathan Blow said something like he got the impression that the people that they were dealing with were kind of like skeevy or whatever with like how they were going to try and sell it or how they were going to try and distribute it. So they're just like, we're just going to sell it ourselves digitally. What's up?
I'd like to.
Oh, you want to take back control?
Yep.
All right, chat. It's been good.
No, don't pull it apart like that. You gotta just like slide it off your face. You're gonna snap it.
All right. It's a close one.
I know. It's a really. I really like the way the headset like rests on my ears. I don't know. I think it's really comfortable. But I just gotta.
Oh, you got a hot head. Like you really warmed up.
Hot?
Yeah, like you really warmed up the earmuffs.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good porter here, though.
It's almost a stout. It's practically a stout.
Yeah, it's good. It's got a very smoky flavor. And mine's just thirsty goat. Yeah, I don't know. It's simple. It's smooth. I really like it. Okay, so
Did you notice the clams in the lake?
I noticed you talk about it.
That they mentioned on chat. So now we need to figure out what those Doritos are, because that's another one of those.
There shouldn't be more than one because I've only solved one.
Oh, you think it'll fall in every time you solve one?
Well, no. I'm just
Well, I guess
saying.
I guess it's not.
I guess that's not that.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
There's
there's
some more.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do the Doritos mean, chat? The colors are if they're in a secret
Doritos
zone.
or nothing.
How dare you, Tech Rock, say that?
There is no nothing in this game, or maybe being nothing is significant.
I just don't like the implication that Doritos don't matter.
Yeah.
They're the
Alright,
triangle
so
panels. Somebody said they're the triangle panels, but then how are they differentiated when you solve them? Hope that is some local microbrew beer. If it's macro, shame. It is a Founders Porter. Founders is from Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is great.
okay, there's an environmental, and I don't think I have any over there yet. Do I? I got one. Damn it.
That
Whatever.
was, oh, and that was the one that you got over there. The one that when you're on top of the.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Well, there's still definitely one here, so I gotta figure out what the angle is here.
That's pretty good.
I think so. Oh, it does carry. Okay.
Dorito lives matter. Good point.
Yeah.
They sink and dim when you solve them. Interesting.
Hey, Ocean.
So we should be able to see one sunken Dorito in the lake.
See another one floating about.
Yeah.
Drop the floater. What? Ugh.
What is that? That like orange stuff that you just walked across, like that was broken.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Well, it's metal, right? So it's like the part of the ship just like drifted over here somehow.
Maybe it looks like the same stuff that like this is the walkway that like walks down by where the logging area is.
You see no sunken Doritos. It's seems very sad to me.
Challenging the sunken Dorito theory right now.
You are?
We are.
Oh.
By
I
investigating.
didn't know I was taking a side on this.
The middle represents a ship behind the maze puzzle. I can see that. King. Where did you solve the triangle puzzle? Where did we solve it?
It was down in the windmill.
Okay. So it would probably be on the edge that's facing the windmill then.
Oh, the locations aren't just random?
I don't think so. I think like because like where the lights are, they're at the edge that's nearest to those locations.
So you think it'd be like right here?
Yeah, or wherever. It's like the lake. If you look at the lake as like a circle or whatever, that's like a map of the area. So they'd be on like the left side if there was a sunken Dorito here. We don't have to spend this much time on it.
Okay, well, I want to spend a little more time on it. This much. See, it seems like it would be that one, but I don't know.
Doesn't look too sunken.
Nope. I'm just saying in terms of what you're saying about it.
We missed 2 audio logs over by the symmetry puzzle then. There's 2 flowers there. Every item represents where the objects are. Wait there. Wait where?
I don't want to wait. I want to go.
Near the laser cube in the middle. Laser cube in the middle. It's talking about the laser cube that's right by you.
I'm lost. What are you guys talking about?
I don't know. Somebody said that they recall sending you a list of puzzle game recommendations a while back.
Hey, yes, I do have that list. I'm still working. I remember I told you at the time that I had a list of games that I already had. I'm still working on that list. This is kind of my big event because I got my buddy over here. We're on our
2-year anniversary.
strictly scheduled event. This is the 2-year anniversary of the release of The Witness. So, you know, we kind of had no choice. Like, if one of us was in jail right now, we'd still find a way to get this stream working. Like, this was going to happen.
Jeez. I didn't know this was serious.
Or the will is strong. Alright. But yeah.
Next time we see a triangle puzzle, we'll do the due diligence and figure out which Dorito represents it.
Yeah. Just do a whole bunch of them. And
It
see if we
turns
find
a
one.
darker orange. That's the new theory. And it looks more sunk. Oh my goodness.
Well, somebody saw it. I kind of wanted to do something else now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Do new,
what?
new
A
area.
thing. Do a new thing.
This is some good ones. Look at that hand you see in the distance.
Alright, so sure, let's go over here.
I can't even help you out. I don't remember the next section that I did after the reflection.
I don't know why that would even help.
I'm useless now.
Bamboo. Hold on. I'm gonna go over here. No, wait. This is all like blocked off or something right now, right?
No.
No? Okay, so this is...
And that is unfettered.
That is not touched. Okay, so there should be one just like right here.
Yeah. There's a lot right here.
Or maybe that's in the way.
Do you remember... I'm ready. I'm still ready. Oh, that's a nice buddy.
Alright,
Yeah.
listen.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
It only plays that on the first one.
That was special.
Yeah. It won't do that on the next one.
It would be weird if the lake had an object that didn't mean something. It's interesting. That sound never gets old.
Yeah, but did you notice how it's different than any other time you find one?
There's another interesting thing about this where if you go on the PlayStation, you can look at the awards of like what areas people have completed, and the lowest percentage, the area that the people least often complete, is the jungle area, the one that we are by right now, but we're not in.
Don't know. I can't see anything. Okay. Oh, this is fun. I remember this. Okay, so... Nope.
There's a lot of them here.
Yeah. Oh, looks like I should go. Come on.
No secondary sound effect. Did you get that one through the tree?
Yeah.
That's a bug.
We are busting this game.
This game is literally unplayable.
Hey, Joey.
Yeah, double Q, I think that's what he's talking about. Hey, Joey. Come here.
Is that going anywhere?
That's right. We have a cat here. He might come up and hang out. There's another thing that Jonathan Blow talked about with this game, because there's a lot of the game does rely on you having all of your senses about you. Like there's a puzzles that require you to be able to see colors and not be colorblind, and there's some puzzles that rely on audio. And he did talk about that, how he at one point in time he thought about trying to make a puzzle that only people who are colorblind would be able to solve in this game. So he at least did a little bit of research on like types of color blindness, but it never made it into the game. So
No, that's in my way, and it's in there on purpose.
Ocean Drainer. Right on with stouts, man. What's your favorite stout? This is a nice feature on the game where it tells you which puzzles you've already solved when you hover over the dot.
I want. There we go. So there's definitely still another path here.
Where? Here, hover over it.
I can just see there's parts of the path I can just see kind of there. They're still not being used, right? Right there?
Yeah, see that.
Yeah, right there.
There's a local one here called. Last week, it's okay. Word. That's interesting. I never noticed this. The icon for the game, is it the windmill puzzle? I guess it's not. It doesn't have the edges, but I'm curious to know if that puzzle's in the game.
So there's all of that. It still isn't being used. Okay.
Oh, is it not used over there? You use that because you use that through the hole.
Use that there.
Yeah. So if you hover over it there, it'll light up, right?
Yeah.
So it like conditionally highlights certain sections.
Okay.
That's kind of interesting.
That's, to me, it's disappointing, but I mean, I've certainly got a good chunk of this at the very least.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's one remaining.
Let's go check the tire stack.
Yeah, that might tell you. It won't tell me. I remember there's something that just wah.
Ooh.
Everybody was. I remember the first time. Everyone was like, oh, and I was like, what?
What do you want, chat?
Yeah. All right.
Almost like a question mark.
Yep. Yeah.
Imagine like how much they had to commit to the landscape just to get that one environmental puzzle.
I know.
You know, like yeah.
But I mean, it's 3-dimensional, right? So like, whatever you do here, you might trim this and trim that, and you realize something somewhere, anywhere else, could have messed up something.
Yeah.
Looking another direction. I don't
yeah.
know. That's what's incredible to me. Oh wait, here's one. All right. Did you have something to say? Because we got to listen to a speech.
Yeah, no, we can listen to this. I was gonna say like, I'm very pro unit tests, as you know from working with me or whatever. But I imagine like they have to like set stuff up like that, where it's like as a way to figure out when they actually break things by like adding something in. But yeah, let's hear what this has to say.
The glass is transparent, the wine transparent. The two are similar, the affair confused. There seems to be wine and no glass, or glass and no wine. Sahib bin Abad, circa 990.
Well, that wasn't too bad.
That has to be an environmental puzzle back there. We should.
Oh, I know, but like I was trying to see if there was a way to get higher up. So it looked like that should have been higher up. And then there's panel puzzles too. Thought it'd be up here. This is where I was looking.
Oh, we got a Dorito puzzle.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that's as teaching as it could ever be. Right? Because that doesn't work. Etc., right?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It looks like this one... It's like the silhouette of the sky around the clouds or something will be the line. You just have to find where you get a circle. Because it looks like it's in that top.
Yeah. I feel very restricted right now. I can't. Now I'm back where I started.
I think that's like the right path. Because I think this is where the circle is going to be.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So like the starting, if you go to the left, keep going. So like here, I think is where the start of the circle will be, and then the line goes somewhere. That's what I'm guessing.
You're guessing? You're supposed to be.
That looks
you're
like a dot.
supposed to know. That shut you up.
I don't have all the environmental puzzles memorized.
All right. No, it's fine. It's just funny to me. No. Don't you get a certain joy though out of not knowing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can give advice. I have a friend who's still playing through this game, and she's like specifically not even looking up anything for the environmental puzzle. She's trying to solve them all herself, which I definitely appreciate that, because I do think you should play the main game without looking up anything. I had a friend who like he would play the game until he would see a new symbol, and he would just like look up what the rule for it was and then solve it from there. I was like,
and he's still your friend?
Yeah. We have a long history.
You need to rethink your life.
We have a long history, but yeah, I was very upset by that.
The history. This definitely goes on the pile of history. All right. Wait a minute. What the hell? This is really dumb.
Who? No.
I know.
It feels like there has to be a line in there.
Don gets too drunk too early.
Dong?
Yeah. He's 2 hours earlier than us, and he's already passed out.
He had a bachelor party to go to tonight.
Oh. I didn't know that.
Abduction and Twilight. Abduction's really good. It's worth checking out. It's like The Witness, but not artistic. It's just like, let's just put a bunch of cool puzzles in the game. You haven't done Abduction yet, right?
Nope.
You should do it.
I should.
There was like maybe 1 or 2 puzzles I actually had to look up with abduction. Which
I need to get all my old Myst fans watching.
Back on the stream.
Back on, yeah. Because when I streamed the Real Myst Masterpiece thing when it first came out, I was much more active in that, and I had like 40, 50 people here the whole time.
Dang.
So they were all excited. So
that looks like a circle. To the like that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like back up.
Oh wait, I remember this. There it is.
Oh.
God damn it. Is that the one we've been trying to get? Or is that a different one?
It's a different one.
God damn it. I was thinking that.
Yeah, that's fair, thick.
That's actually another thing, is that I mean, I guess maybe this computer's good enough, but I was going to get another.
It's so close. Maybe, is it, like, can you go out onto the beach or whatever and look back? I don't think that'll work, but... Yeah, I don't think... Well, probably.
I am not optimistic.
Uh-oh. Boat time.
What? No. Remember when I streamed Ribbon that one time? What? I did. Hey, buddy.
Shady Paradox, much like most politicians, they've forgotten about their core fans. Core base. What's up with that palm? I guess that's all the palm trees.
Well, if they don't swing, then why do you have to appease them? Alright, so... Isn't that how it works? It's all incentives.
This is a fool's errand. I apologize. I think one of my favorite areas is the color area.
Whoa, oh, wait,
We
no,
got
I did
that one.
Yeah.
Eye of Ara. I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, I want to do that one after this.
This is like maybe a different group of people, but have any of you guys seen the pirate game that just came out? I forget what it was called. But it's like a multiplayer pirates game that you can play. It's like a MOBA.
Oh, you startled him.
Sorry, Joey.
So, I guess it's possible. I mean, when we're looking at this, could this be... I mean, do we know for sure that's not the same?
As that circle one?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, but that tree up there, that's the big tree that is a circle around, right?
Yeah, I guess it's like...
That might, like, I think those trees are like the bottom of the, well, I don't know, maybe not. Yeah, I think they're the bottom, right? Because then the trees that are closer to you are the top part of it. I don't know. I'd say we go on to something else, though. I vote we go to the color puzzles. We do the sound puzzles, too.
Yeah, I would do sound.
Are these your favorite puzzles?
I hate them.
You hate them? The man with perfect pitch hates the sound puzzles?
Mm.
Is it because they're imperfect and you can tell?
No.
because they're artificially difficult by like putting chainsaw sounds into it.
No, it's because. Hold on. Maybe I sneezed, but.
Why do you dislike these puzzles? I dislike them, but why do you dislike them? Because it makes you realize that cell phones exist in the world of the witness.
Keep feeling like I gotta sneeze.
You should just stare at the sun in the video game.
I don't know, it's just...
It's a lot of annoying sounds.
There's just something about it that it... I don't know, it just doesn't fit in with the other puzzle mechanics to me.
Because it's audio, not like logical.
Yeah, I mean...
I mean, some of them are. There's like core puzzles that is strictly like symbolic logic, and then there's things like the tree puzzles where it's like visual kind of deduction.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely one that's more on like the outer. I don't know. I mean, it still feels very similar to stuff like the tree puzzle, where it's like starts off gives you a simple rule, starts making it more difficult in a way, and it'll throw in a couple like curveballs of like. I guess with this one is it'll like start doing sounds on top of one another. You have to figure out which sound's the one. Like obviously there's distractions or whatever, but some of them where it'll be like two different birds or something like that.
Okay, that was it. They're all playing at the same time.
Yeah, here's like two birds. Two birds, one cup.
I don't know what's going on.
Ooh. Punished. I think it's weird that these are the only puzzles that are in camouflage. Like, it's weird that it's a puzzle panel, which are supposed to like get your attention, but they put them in camouflage to try and hide them for some reason.
So you hear that but it's like out of sync. This isn't at the end.
Puzzles are invisible. I mean, I guess the camouflage is kind of similar to how the bird sound effect is. And something that we're kind of glossing over right now is we already like realized, yeah, it's the bird sound effect. This is a puzzle or whatever. But figuring that out for the first time is really cool. Do you want the answer for this one? or a hint for this one?
I'm just trying to. The fact that I'm drawing it backwards is what caused you to break there.
I could sense the frustration.
I'm hearing do, but unless they're really sounds really close to one another.
Well, there's two different sounds being played right now.
I heard 3, so
3?
yeah, that's 3.
There's 2 bird calls right now. And they just kind of play them randomly. That's one. That's the other one.
Don't know. Do I need to stand somewhere else?
No, I mean, I think I got it.
I'm hearing.
I think it's down, mid, down, up.
Okay. I'm not hearing it at all.
It's not that one. It's the second one.
I'm hearing down, middle. Do.
It's not that one. It's the other sound effect that's being that one.
I hear do. That goes up. That doesn't start down. I guess it goes up like a 7th or something, maybe. So it sounds like it's melodically going down. I don't know. Where the hell does that go? It just disappears off into the rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is not helping me.
So close. Well, that's close.
Hmm?
That was close, maybe.
You mean that?
And like maybe to the left a little bit.
Still more?
There we go. Ooh. Looks circular.
I know. How about that right there?
Yeah.
How far on the left can we go once we cross that bridge?
What bridge?
That bridge? Not?
Was it? Do you almost have one? If you go back on the wood bridge, there's almost one there in the top, maybe. Never mind. Oh, I thought I saw one. Maybe. Or if the cloud is like the other shape of it, it's just a blue sky. Alright, we should move on.
Okay.
Let's.
Are we gonna 100% this though?
Yeah, we'll get there eventually. Oh yeah. So things like this in the steps, like I think they have braces and stuff. Maybe not. I don't know. But anyway, like all the architecture and stuff is supposed to be like pretty accurate.
Accurate?
Accurate. Yes, these steps don't have them. There's wooden parts around the wooden steps on the other part of the mountain. They'll have like braces and stuff for them. Or if you go in like the wooden house where the first like green puzzles are, like the way the like windows are framed, like with the woodworking, is accurate to a building.
See, I don't think this was making that humming noise before I got.
Oh, really?
I think.
It's heating up.
It may have been. It may have been. So tempting.
Let's go do some actual puzzles. Let's do some first tier puzzles.
Oh, I saw one, but I just wanted to make it. Alright. Do some newbie puzzles.
Yeah. Scrub puzzles. This is always a weird sound effect, and I never know why it's like that. You know?
It's
And
the
there's,
wailing
like,
souls of the damned.
it's like this little like wooden shrine in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never know. I never know what to make of that. It's very spooky though. Oh, yeah.
See, you'll notice it won't make that when I do this. There you go.
3 is poopy for me. 5 me. Oh my gosh.
I like how you read the 5
yeah,
and 4.
Yeah.
It's funny how the brain does that. I think the 3 is supposed to be a 2 as well. But
It's a step beyond too poopy for me. Too spoopy.
Spoopy,
Which is
yeah.
spooky. Oh my gosh.
I thought there were puzzles in here. No, it's
The
just
puzzle is the navigation. Oh yeah, let's look at the design of this box. Is it like the sound effects maybe?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see-
Okay.
you can see
Oh
it.
yeah. Cool.
Yeah, up, down, up, down, up, down.
That's really cool. I never noticed
yeah.
that before.
I wouldn't have known. Wait, I can do this. I thought they
Easy
wouldn't.
puzzle, dude.
I thought they wouldn't let me do that.
Easy puzzle.
Huh. Yeah, so where are the puzzles leading up to that?
What do you mean? The puzzle blocks there?
The laser, yeah.
They're around. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, let's do the color puzzles.
Why do you want to do the color puzzles?
Color? It's great. The color puzzles are so
I
great.
want to do colors.
It has one
love
of the
the pretty
most
colors.
elegant puzzles in the game.
Why? Okay, why don't we save it for later?
Yeah, we can do that too if you want.
Is that bad?
Well,
Did I just make everything inconvenient?
it is less convenient. I don't know why they. Well, I don't know. This game, most of this game is opening up doors and making things more connected, but that's a rare moment of the game where it does kind of hurt your traversal.
There's another one in there.
TechRock verifies that they do hum a bit once they've been active.
When they haven't been active? What?
Oh, never mind. He contradicts your statement. He says they hum even if they haven't been activated.
No, there's another one up here somewhere.
That shadow looks circular.
Is that what you're talking,
Nice.
is that what you're talking about?
No, but that that is for sure. Keep. Hate the sound puzzles. Yep.
Yep.
And they're the least completed.
Least
course.
completed. What do you mean?
So if you go to like PlayStation, it'll tell you the percentage of people that will complete each of the areas. And it's something like 16%. So 16% of the people who install and start playing this game complete that area, something like that. That seems high though. Maybe that's high.
Okay. Oh, something.
We're doing all the challenge puzzles before we do the actual like tutorial puzzles.
What I did, but we know these mechanics.
Yeah, I know.
You can do the challenge puzzles. I'm bad at lining this up. Does this actually fit the rule, though? Yep, it does not.
Listen to like the water sound effect here. It's like it's slightly raining. Do you hear that ambient sound?
I hear something.
Maybe it's not rain. Maybe it's just like rustling. So while that is accurate to what the perspective is
It
does
actually is
sound
not.
pleasant.
Yeah. It's got to go through that.
I don't think I'm a fan of these puzzles. Yeah. Well,
Just the alignment puzzles.
yeah. Because it's usually like there's usually more frustration of like not having it exactly lined up, but it's like close enough.
Well, they could have made it like the environment where you.
They snapped it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you could have it snap in all three locations and it wouldn't give anything away. It would just be a little bit more functional.
Yeah. It's true.
Obviously, I could have actually checked the rules that we understood before I drew it, but.
Interesting. Do all the bunkers have like windows like that?
As I recall, I don't remember one not having one, but I don't know.
Is there anything cool when you look up and out of the window? Ooh.
Oh.
We have a clam open up now.
I don't know.
That's easy enough to remember.
I won't.
I always took pictures of these like on
Yeah.
my phone.
Oh, you would snap it?
Yeah. Is there anything when you look up outside the window? Alright.
You're not going to get environmentals that way because the bars on the window are in the way.
Yep.
So this really just gets in the way. That's all it does.
It does.
No.
Well,
Puzzle panels
There's
on the
other
other
stuff,
side.
yeah.
The puzzle panels pop up on the other side, right?
Yep.
Okay, so it's not just like, yeah.
According to PSN Professor, Jungle isn't the worst region. Jungle sits at 46.2%, and the town is the worst at 43.6%.
That makes actual sense.
That does make sense. Easiest region by far, symmetry, 82%. I'm surprised at how high those numbers are. I'm really surprised that half the people complete the jungle. These figures that I'm talking about are from whatever I read this like 1 or 2 years
What do we
ago.
mean by complete?
That's a good question.
You
too.
mean
Get
all of the puzzles, or get all of the puzzles and environmentals?
Definitely not that.
Okay, that's hard.
But I'm still surprised that 42% of the people who, or 46% of the people who put in this game or started or whatever would complete that. The laser is fired. I'm pretty surprised by that.
So they measure that the game itself actually sends this data back to them? Is that how they know?
Yeah, dude. They get your credit card info too.
That's why you don't store your Bitcoin private keys on your computer.
That's why.
That's what these games are actually for. They're just mining your addresses.
That's why they only sold it digitally. They didn't want a physical copy. So we're gonna take your computers.
See, this is where my computer lags, looking at these damn wildflowers. Alright, I know that there's some crap here. There's one.
Ooh.
That's a pretty long direction. And then there's a couple more.
Thick brings up a good point. Jonathan Blow is a known member of the Illuminati.
Isn't that... Isn't that kind of contradictory? Aren't you like not supposed to know who they are? I don't know. Or I guess that's not the right term, but...
Yeah, let's find our clam, dude.
What is the clam?
The clams are the like the vaults, the challenge puzzles, if you will. But I don't know if they're like open or if they're just above ground like that. A lot of them are underwater. I think there's one here.
You can tell, like, that's just floating though, right?
Yeah. There's one over there, I think.
This is on my mind now. I gotta get this. The hell, there's more of these in the flowers. I mean, I may not be supposed to be standing in the meadow for all of them, but I know there's more than one. So I'm just really being a dumbass right now. Yeah. Derp. I thought it was just like if I stand like right here, it would just wait. There. Finally. Knew it was there somewhere. Almost looks like that should join with that if I, crawl on the ground or something. Aren't the color puzzles, is the region that you're talking about like by the town? Or am I thinking of something else?
Which region?
You said the colors?
It's not by the town.
Okay, then I'm thinking of something else. What is our puzzle count? 111 and 34. Yeah, stay away from here.
Oh, yeah, I guess there's 2 color puzzles.
Yeah, you were talking about something else. We haven't ridden the boat yet. We haven't gone.
I don't know.
We could go in here.
Yeah, we can do this one. This is one of my less. I'm not a huge fan of the perspective puzzles.
Well, I mean, I like to get rid of things I don't like first.
All right, yeah, let's do it.
Not that I don't like this, but you don't like this.
This puzzle teaches you to see through things, like people, when they tell you that they're your friends.
Mm-hmm. Glad you could come out tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, once you open this, you can't close it again, right?
Mm-hmm. What's done cannot be undone. That's interesting. That's really interesting that he made you open 2 doors to get in there.
I mean, counts double. I'm happy.
He had to pad his puzzle numbers.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we need one more. Put in a double door. The rankings on easiest region to hardest region. Symmetry, Desert Ruin, the Keep, Shady Trees, Bunker, Monastery, Marsh, Quarry, Treehouse, Jungle, and Town. Yeah, I can believe Treehouse is people don't get to that one as much. The
The
Bunker.
desert, huh? That one puzzle, though.
Which one?
Which one? What are we talking about? The one we hate.
Oh, like the water room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even the one getting in where you have like the artificial lights or whatever, that one's kind of annoying. Where you have to shine 3 different lights on the one puzzle. Circle. Force move.
Oh, I see where that actually completes.
Ooh. Maybe if like the shades are down on that one.
Well, then you wouldn't be able to see this, right?
I don't know.
It seems to align really well.
Yeah.
And it just stops right there. Maybe something going on while it's moving.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a yellow piece on there.
Oh, that's
It kicked me back, yeah.
I think, yeah, I think if you stay down near the bottom, then you're good.
this. It just has to be the slowest. Look at that.
The shape of this building is really interesting. Like, if you look at the top middle of the building, the way it's like, I don't know, like or just like the structures and how all the pillars are.
He's right there.
Yeah.
I'm afraid because it looks like that one wooden piece is going to come down. Alright.
And there's the actual puzzles.
Yep.
It's also kind of a weird section too, because it's giving you like two puzzles at one time. I guess they're both kind of similar.
The hell am I missing right now? I just had it completely the wrong dimensions envisioned in my mind for some reason.
Yeah.
Nope. What in the balls? I guess you can't tell what to do here. Oh, this is... But I don't know what... So...
I don't know what is that.
Oh, I
Is
see.
there a missing
yeah,
branch
there's
of
another
thinking?
one there. Yeah, I
Yeah.
see it.
The Apple Man must have been over here as well. Just cleaving away some branches.
Hey, Joey.
I'll pick you up.
Okay, so what would it show? Goes to the right, left to... 2 right, 2 left. And hey, we've totally never been here before. Alright,
We still didn't finish the jungle area.
you were just telling me you didn't want to be there anymore.
No, I know, but I agree with your idea. Well, actually, we still haven't finished this area yet either.
Yeah, I mean, it's all kind of a similar area. This is still the wrong side of the panel, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely still... How are you holding up?
You know.
You know? I like your outlook. Thought I was supposed to look at this in some funny way. I see this little notch on that branch, but I don't know if that's for this one or the next one. There's the goal right there. Seems to line up pretty well. I guess that's a notch, maybe? Well, I don't remember how to do this one. Trying to look at the specifics of these branches to see if there's maybe a chunk missing. There it is. I remember this now. There it is. The piece fell. Now I remember. Okay. Two, one. 2, 1.
Yet another lateral puzzle. Lateral thinking puzzle. It seems to be the running theme of this game is somebody just keeps chopping off branches. We should stop and appreciate the architecture of this. It's like this weird, I don't know, it's this weird shape. You see a shape of it later in the game, but I don't know. I think it's harder to see from the inside, maybe.
Oh, no more challenges, huh? It's only my second laser.
There's a third. We got the Egyptian one.
Oh, right, because you did it. I just don't remember.
Can we even see what the pattern looks like?
What pattern?
Pattern of the box, dude.
Oh. That's a good point.
You might be able to actually see it through this front, which is kind of like the theme of it anyway. Can you see the pattern of it through the grating on the front?
Oh, you mean here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, it's trees.
Okay. That's interesting.
Okay. So what does that make our stats look like? 121 and 37.
So I guess I wasn't tracking the right one for the third number because I thought it was the
No, it's the complete number of completed
tire stacks.
Yep.
Yeah. That's kind of weird. I don't like how it double counts then. You know what I mean?
So
Yeah, so now look at
Look at
the...
that for a spoiler.
That is a spoiler.
Oh.
In the menu, or it's going around in the background, is that you start seeing shapes like you saw like there's like a hex around here and stuff.
I remember that coming up. I remember noticing that back when I played it in the day.
It happens
There's
after a
something
while.
here. Something fucking around here.
What's up with chat? Is everyone asleep by now?
I think, well, you know, coffee makes you hyper, beer makes you calm, right? Like, it's just like... you're just,
First half of a first beer gives you energy.
yeah.
But then, like, a little bit of
You
time
just-
after
you
the
just
first
get
beer,
comfortable.
you're ready to go to sleep.
Yeah, I think that's what's happened. I think everybody's... I mean, because they're still, for the most part, around. I mean, a few of them, you know, passed out or otherwise. That's probably all that's left, actually. They're probably all just... They have the stream up, but they're all just passed out.
That's true. That's what I do.
Yeah.
I keep it on, go to bed. Some of them have
Thanks for
EO
boosting
44.
my stats.
Yeah, dude.
My...
I don't think I've subbed to you though. Sorry.
Oh, wow. I've subbed to you. Look at...
You subbed to me?
Oh, not sub, but...
Yeah.
uh,
All right.
I follow
Get
you.
out of here.
Yeah. See how many people I follow?
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. I was very flattered. I was very flattered by that.
I actually did it because you said it made you feel uncomfortable, but
That you followed me.
yeah,
Yeah.
but maybe it doesn't anymore, so I might take that off.
I mean, I don't ever stream. So.
I know. That's why it was so weird. What the hell am I doing?
You're in a town, dude.
I don't want to be in the town.
Town's pretty interesting. There's some puzzles you can do right over there. You can
No.
do some fun puzzles.
No. This is what I'm doing.
Challenge puzzle? Ooh. Challenge puzzle? We should stop and appreciate the building. Yeah, this is the construction stuff. Which is weird. I guess they were starting to do construction, but then they're just like, fuck it. We're done.
I like it. I like the when you talk about construction, because you see the yellow and black
And what's up-
pixels, and then it just blends into yellow and makes an environmental from far enough away. What?
Oh yeah, I actually never noticed that. That's actually a really cool observation. The trees over to the right are like dead or dying. I don't know. There's a bunch of them over there. Maybe it's just transitioning into the desert, and that's what it's doing. I'm not sure what this heavy material or this heavy machinery is trying to
These
do.
are
Though.
steel trees.
What are they like cutting down the trees? What is that?
Mining paint. I don't know what they're doing. See, what happened was Fixmillion, look what he said. He said, hush now, and nobody wanted to say anything after that.
They took him seriously.
Mod by default.
Damn.
Just his word. Just shut everyone
Raid
down.
supreme, yeah.
I think this is past your bedtime usually. So
Yeah.
like you don't know this. This is actually pretty normal. When I go on this long.
Starts to quiet down after
It
2
kind of
a.m.
quiets down, yeah.
People go to bed on a Friday night.
Yeah. I don't know why.
I know.
There's no point.
Bunch of casuals.
I know, you only live so long.
So there's
I still haven't ridden the boat, so they won't let me.
that's actually oh yeah, that's why. There's two ways to solve this puzzle, and for some reason I was very curious. So at one point in time, I wrote down both solutions on a piece of paper to see what they both look like together, because you can't see both of them together. If you like solve it the other way, it takes away that solution or whatever. It's kind of uninteresting, but the solution for the other one is like that one flipped, I think, something like that. It's like they have the same sort of pattern, but
why,
they're like
why do you
offset.
care about the fact that you can't see two solutions together? You never see two solutions together. I'm kind of lost there.
Well, so it's weird. Like it's a puzzle where you can see one solution at a time, but you can't see them both at the same time. I guess because you know what I mean. Like it's set up so that you can only start there, or you can only start there, and so it's like two disjoint puzzles that are like on the same puzzle. I don't know if that makes sense or not. I don't know if that makes sense or not. There's not another, I don't think there's another puzzle that's
I mean, to me, that's two solutions, but
no, there's like
I know that there's two different
the
starting
solution.
points. Yeah.
There's this solution and this solution, and so like this solution is something that's like that takes up just these spaces and these spaces.
Oh, you mean like they never? If you put
They-
them both on, if you draw both on yourself, they'd never touch each other.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. The outer solution is only on like the outer 2 or 3 columns, whereas the one that's on there right now is the inner solution. It's only on the inner 2 columns.
Try to navigate through that here.
Might not be a good idea.
Yeah.
Dude, you like to pick at my nonverbals.
What happened?
So you like to make fun of my nonverbals.
What did I do?
Well, you just imitate my nonverbals all the time.
Oh.
Where we go, you always go,
I think some of it's subconscious. Just something driving me to mock you.
It's envy, of course. And my knowledge of this video game.
Yeah.
I feel like the lighting just changed from the after. Oh yeah, we should go back to the green puzzles, like the early puzzles early on. I just want to appreciate that building that it's in.
What the hell was that noise?
The cat?
Yeah, did he sound?
He's
like,
ready to go to bed. Let's
if
back
you-
that. Well,
What are you talking?
this little white building.
Oh,
Just look at like the architecture, of, like the window frames and stuff. Like they like this was actually like architected out. You know, like all the joints. You can see the hex joints, I think, in some of the windows. Like yeah, you can see all that stuff. I don't know.
oh, so you're saying they like did this with the other buildings or something?
Yeah. So like all these
So
buildings
they
are
put
like
in like an actual physics engine that would make the building collapse if they didn't do it right.
no, they didn't do
Yeah.
that at all.
No. I wasn't serious on that. But hey, buddy.
They just like paid very close attention to like you know like the support beams and stuff. And I don't know. It's interesting. I know where that puzzle is.
Oh, where this thing is?
Yeah.
I did one time. I know where those are. This is actually-
Let's stop and verify. You said that one puzzle would look like it was slightly diagonal because that was from our perspective. And it's that one. You were right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I knew where. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want to get like too.
That's just the beginning puzzle. Duh.
What? This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow I got around that. Oh, I remember this. Hold on. Here it is.
Oh.
Yeah, it's around here somewhere.
It's the snake puzzle.
Is that its endearing title?
It's trying to look like a snake, which would be
Is that what all the kids call it? All the fans,
the
all the
snake puzzle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what these millennials are doing these days.
Yeah.
They're figuring out the snake puzzle.
They love. They're always talking about the snake puzzle.
Yeah.
Touching the tips. Talking about snakes.
Yeah, tip touching is integral to solving the snake puzzle.
What do I want to do next? It's kind of the next.
I got a text.
You got a text just now?
I got a vibe. We could see. Nope, just Discord.
Oh.
I know. not interesting. So even though I'm not into cryptocurrencies, there is. I somehow got on a Discord channel of cryptocurrencies, so it's just people talking about cryptocurrencies all the time. So even
Most
though
cryptocurrencies are bullshit. They make me mad.
well, they talk about Bitcoin too. So.
I know, but like, it's just like the .com bubble, right? The internet is useful, and
Yeah.
people come up with a whole bunch of stupid ideas, and
Yeah,
Really?
like Discord.
Discord's not a stupid idea.
Oh, I mean like.
I'm not saying your friends on Discord are stupid. I'm just saying the whole. Everyone's just rushing into it specifically with the idea of making a quick buck.
Yep.
Which is not what the fundamentals are about.
It's just
It's
like
the opposite. It's to store value. It's supposed to retain its value for a long period of time.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
We're going on a cryptocurrency rant now. It's that time of night. Last call. Time to get the cryptocurrency rants out. We should go do the keep. It's right there.
See what?
That's the keep, right? We should go to the keep.
Okay. Isn't this a? I don't understand. This is not a curve.
I think there's a puzzle maybe with it. I never realized how needy Joey is. That doesn't really come across on stream. Yeah, I know.
Maybe he just likes the way you smell. I don't know.
That's probably smell like dogs.
You might like that.
He might. All right, I'm gonna steal him then. That's decided.
Oh. Hey, buddy. He usually just jumps up here.
Yeah.
He usually just falls asleep right here. That's usually
Aw.
what he does.
Look at all these tree parts. Somebody's just slashing them all off.
It's a horror movie.
For trees, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tree horror. A smaller, underappreciated section of the horror genre. Wizard of Oz was probably the first entry. Here's where we see... Well, actually, we haven't been to the core yet, so we don't... we're getting a payoff without the setup. Ooh. Ooh.
What?
What? Huh? What?
Dude.
What?
You were in the middle of saying something.
Oh, yeah, here we get a payoff without... Oh, that's great.
What?
That's great. The showing, like, the section, the partial section.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty cool. I don't think you see that in any other part of the game.
That better not count as a... No.
Oh, this is where we see a payoff for the quarry. Because this is what they make at the quarry. It's these stone statues that represent something that only Jonathan Blow knows. Oh, yeah, that's kind of interesting. How are you going to solve that, dude?
You gotta march around the puzzle here. You gotta go...
Okay.
That's forced.
Forced.
Forced. So forced not. So you gotta have all these. So force is this and this.
You got it, dude.
Yeah, I got it. Can you walk around the outside here?
Yeah. I forgot about these puzzles. And there's like a... Yeah, these puzzles are really good. This game is just so good. There's just like... there's so many like good ideas that would take like so long to think about.
See, so these are forced. So you can't join them.
You know that circle? Force that you start there.
Forced.
Force.
That's
forced.
Alright, so this is what we have. See, we know that. Oh, I could probably mark this up here too, right? Mark that little guy. No.
Forced.
I think that's pretty forced.
Forced.
Yeah.
Alright,
So this is all forced. So and that's forced.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if that's forced. So needy. Come here.
See. Oh, but these are up, so this is forced. This is forced.
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 You just got forced. Wait, what was that statue? Oh, we can look at it later.
Alright, so you see how productive that is? Look at that. We're just... This is great.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Uh-huh.
And we've covered up everything, so you gotta be able to join. Ooh, this is really hard, right? You gotta somehow link it all, man. Actually, hold on. There's multiple ways to do this, but there's a preferred way. What is the preferred way?
Haha, you're remembering stuff. This is why it's a really cool idea. But it's only because of that second thing. Right now, you're just at the first step.
No, the original idea is cool. Just
Yeah, the original idea is cool, yeah. But he elevates it.
I don't know.
That's how every puzzle works. It's like a simple idea, and you get, you go to the beginner part, and there's just a simple idea. You learn that. It complicates things.
Yeah.
Usually in interesting ways. Sometimes less interesting.
Seems like it needs to be in the front, but I mean, that almost seems too obvious, but. I'm gonna go ahead and mark it in the front.
This one marked.
Nope, 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 nope.
What's wrong with that?
That's gonna get in the way of that. So I think I want to go this way.
I think you're overthinking it.
I think I'm overthinking it.
You don't need to worry about that part now, right? You just need to solve the puzzle.
I want to think about it all right now.
Wait, to do that, you should go to the whatever perspective you need to go to.
Can I do it right now? I thought I had to earn my way up there.
Well, you should just solve the puzzle first.
Really?
Yeah, just pick well,
Why?
just
But we can be smart.
we can cheat with knowledge that we remember from the last time we played this. Oh, we got somebody on chat.
Chat.
What's up, chat?
Hey,
Resurrected.
we're popular again.
Resurrected from the dead.
Yes.
Symmetry is probably inflated given how close to spawn to it is. Yeah, and by design, you're supposed to start going towards the symmetry section. So, totally agree. Ditto for the desert. Yeah, it's like a toss-up whether you go to the desert or the Sakura trees after that.
I bet I'm supposed to go around.
Just solve that part later.
You know what? I'm gonna do. Okay, if you want me to just do whatever, this is my whatever.
All right, yeah, do whatever. Cool.
I bet it works.
Okay.
Stop looking at me like that.
Wait, what's that from? Is that Sixth Sense?
What?
Stuttering Stanley, Stuttering Stanley.
Your daily speed runs? Man, I couldn't do a speed run every day. That would be. I mean, not that I've done a speed run in a couple years, but.
What did you speedrun?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Finish my daily. JBZ. Dark
Taking
Kid.
your vitamins.
This is a regular guy, right?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. What did you speedrun? I ask. JBZ Dark Kid. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Joey, don't
It's a
bump my mouse.
Here, dude. Let me help you out.
See, now this matters. I mean, it seems obvious to me, but like,
Damn, powered it up. So, do you mess it up if you step on another pressurized tile, or are they like locked in place?
I think they're locked in.
Really?
I thought
Oh.
you had...
What? Yeah, I'm asking you. But I didn't know that he speedrun this game. What kind of speedruns? Lasers?
Definitely not
100%?
not 100%. You don't. There's not enough time in the day to
Do it 8
100%.
times.
Yeah, you could do the 99.8% run maybe, but not the 100% run.
So that's like another. It's similar to
Oh,
like,
you could though. You could have two machines, and once you start the
video.
once you start the
could-
video over here, you
you
start
could
going at
stagger
this
it.
one.
Yeah. That'd be kind of funny. I mean, you're on the clock for the speedrun. You got to do it in an hour, 15 minutes, or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's look at some of the Corey statues here in this courtyard. So there's this dude. It's like an Agent Smith kind of guy.
See my cat. You see how he does this?
Yeah.
I don't like it. There you go.
Any percent and 100%. Damn. 100 is 215 now. 100% is 2 hours 15 minutes now. Gotcha. How long? Oh, the video's 55 minutes. All right, you're right. All right, so we got this Agent Smith guy here. We got this stuff. Weird dude who's happy with an umbrella, and somebody being upset with him.
You're fine here. Just stay off the mic cord. All right.
I have little no idea what any of these statues mean.
Oh, you just wanted to look at it.
Yeah, there's like the
This is the
people
one
in
you
front-
wanted to look at earlier. Right?
Yeah, I didn't know it was a guy with a guitar. It's a dude with a guitar. Oh, there's an audio log there too. We should listen to that.
I boasted among men that I had known you.
I don't think I found this one before.
They see your pictures in all works of mine. They come and ask me, who is he? I know not how to answer them. I say, indeed, I cannot tell. They blame me, and they go away in scorn. And you sit there, smiling.
Nice.
I put my tales of you into lasting songs. The secret gushes out from my heart. They come and ask me, tell me all your meanings. I know not how to answer them. I say, who knows what they mean? They smile and go away in utter scorn. And you sit there smiling. Rabindranath Tagore, 1910.
I have no idea what that means. Rabindranath.
Are we going for 100%?
We're going for 200%.
Yeah, because I already got 100% a couple years ago.
Yeah. So
So-
we're going for all-time 300%. But
Oh, because we have to 100% this twice.
yeah. 2016.
We can't stop playing.
Yeah.
It's like that bus that explodes if it slows down.
Yeah. Speed. This is like speed 3. Witness control. Ringo.
Yeah, the crazy challenge and all the environmentals. Not that we were-
Challenge isn't that bad. If you do all the other puzzles.
Hey, everybody.
Second win, dude.
Yes.
Chat's second win.
Yes, everybody's showing up. Welcome everyone.
Challenge is not that hard anymore. Yeah, once you.
What does any more mean?
It's like once you...
Did they change it?
No, I think challenge is the same. It's just hard to get a fast time. Yeah, I've seen people try and do like records for the challenge. I mean, that seems to be like the hard part of the speed run, right? Because it's something you can't memorize. So you're kind of at the mercy of that RNG.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of scary. Ringo, I'm the same way. I haven't been able to do it on PS4. I've been able to do it on PC, but I think it's too hard to do with the controllers. We should... Could we climb the keep? Or we're going to keep with the puzzles?
This one's hard to do in the way... I don't remember the solution that actually satisfies the environmental thing.
So just
do a normal solution?
Yeah. Looks like there's a panel missing to make it more challenging. A broken panel.
Yeah, this is...
That's actually kind of fun, too. Because it makes the puzzle much more difficult. I think, like, it's already not right.
Forced. Yeah, if you can't go that way.
I think, like, you have to, like, do that. And then, like, I don't know, somehow come down here and up or something like that. You do that, like, right. Are you doing the force first?
Forced.
Force first policy.
That's forced.
Forced.
Actually, I can't get over there.
PS4 is very possible. I know. I'm just lazy, I guess. I don't know. I tried it like 3 or 4 times.
Well, I mean, if there's
Cloud
if there's a
cycles
post
are-
here, then we know that there's a solution
that
going
goes
this
that
way. Yeah.
So might as well do it.
Yeah, and you can't go there.
Force perfection. What's the deal with the clouds? Because I've gotten it before. This will be a spoiler since we haven't got there yet. But what's the logic behind the clouds? Because I thought you had to like just wait there for a little bit and they'll form eventually. Or I guess they do that at a specific time, maybe.
Yeah, so if this, then this, which is going to be a problem, right? Well, I guess I could do something like that.
I think as long as you have this, like you don't even need to worry about these. You just go down and then around like that, if you can do that.
Like that?
You could do that. I think you can even. Yeah. I think you have to do that. Yeah.
Are there any other...
There's nothing around. Well, this might be a problem. So you might have to go like up and then all the way down and then over and up. I think that's the solution. It's like
Yeah, I think
so.
I
Here
saw
you
what
go
said,
up and then all the way
Yeah.
down and then over and then that. It's on a 14-minute loop. Ugh. There's something like that I saw with a speedrun too, with one of the like the buoy environmental puzzle, where it like bounces up and down, but it's also on a cycle. But I think it's only like a 4-minute cycle or something like that, or a 2-minute cycle or something.
I am so happy I don't know.
Speedrunning.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. This is Blackpink
That's
bullshit.
the issue. But you don't want to go back there either, right?
Back to the drawing board. Start a new game. Oh no. No. What is this? This is madness. Also, look at these impossible solutions that you never see anywhere else in the game.
I know.
46-second loop. Oh, that's not bad. Comparatively.
Hold on. Okay, so...
Forced.
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 Forced. maybe you go across
Can you go?
and then back. Like, cause like, see how that's at an angle?
Which one are you looking at?
This wood pile over here to the right. See how it's at an angle? It's
Yeah.
probably like that, so you can get that back row. So you probably go up all the way over and then
I was
like loop
almost
back
wondering
around.
if you could sneak a foot on there without actually passing through there, but
You might be able to do that, but you
But,
still need to go up to get past that pillar. Numbers sound.
Oh,
familiar.
wait a minute! Wait a minute!
So like I think it's like go like all the way over here maybe, and then come back down or something like that.
You still want to go this way, like this?
I think so. I don't see why not. My vote is yeah, like you go all the way up, all the way to the left. Think all the way to the left. Maybe not.
Right. Don't spoil it for us, our kid. But we kind of figured that out.
Yeah. We're on another level right now. We're already
Yeah.
thinking about the environmental puzzles, okay?
We are thinking about it, but we want to.
We're
be able
not
to
tier 1, we're tier 2 right now.
Yeah. So you're saying why do we have to go all the way to the side?
We don't necessarily need to go all the way. But I think we can go past. Like I think we can go this and we can still hit that from that angle. But because I think we go all the way to the left because it's the less obvious solution, and that's probably why it'll be a solution. You know what I mean? Because that's like how all of these work. Is like you do it in the most cumbersome, unintuitive way possible, and that's the solution.
I understand that, but I still want to know why.
Instead of just cutting to the left right now. I'm guessing like that might block it off or something. I don't know. Maybe
The
not.
fact that it's a shadow. What?
I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe go down 2? No, we can't go down 2.
Yeah, we can't go there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I'd say try
Oh
that.
fucking hell!
What's that? What?
There's another restriction here that I think we're not taking into account.
The dots or whatever?
Just the mere fact that I can't walk over there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Alright, fuck it, reset it.
Maybe you have to solve it one way to open it, and then you have to solve it again.
Well, I don't... Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe...
Right? Because, like...
I definitely know that there's... Like, yeah.
What was your solution? What did you think I needed to do?
Well, I thought it was to, like, go here and then walk down, but you can't take a right here because then you wouldn't be able to get this. Like, you need to come up here and go over there.
I need to go all the way to that edge, that far edge way over there.
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
And I can't because that's in my way.
Yeah.
Right? Or can I go there?
So you can
No,
go
you
back.
can't. You can't. I can't go that way. I have to
Yeah,
go that
go.
way.
You can go back. Okay.
See the problem?
Yeah, yeah.
I can't actually reach any of that stuff.
Well, you might be able to reach from the other side and then walk back this way. So, like, if you go back to the start of the puzzle, but don't trigger any of the untriggered panels to fire.
See? I
Ooh.
can't. See,
Yeah,
so
that's
I think I need to solve this first, just like a normal ass way, without like overthinking it,
And then solve it a different
and
way.
then solve it a different way once I have access to the edge.
All right, we're back to tier 1 thinking. Sorry.
So
Forced.
this is forced.
And
This is not really forced, but
You can do that if you want. Sure, just cut down all the way down.
Yeah, you gotta go all the way over here.
Forced.
Okay, so now that this is open,
You're gonna reset it. But I say we just go up there and look at the perspective real quick and then figure it out that way.
does this keep the door open or does it close the door? Keeps the door open? Okay.
So it allowed you to do the EP solution the first time through. Skip. Oh. They patched a speedrunning skip in the past for this puzzle. The skip allowed you to do the EP solution the first time through. That's interesting.
Also gave away that we were right.
Accommodating speedrunners. What does this world come to?
Alright. I think... No, this doesn't work. I gotta get through.
Let's just go on to the next puzzle.
Yeah, you have to be able to walk all the way through. This doesn't work. Okay. And this doesn't do anything, right? This is just supplies.
Where did they make all that metal at? Is that answered? Was that taking out the garbage? That's weird.
And then that's the other world.
We
Okay.
can go to the boat.
No.
We
mean the ship?
technically-
Not the boat, the ship.
We don't know how to solve this.
We don't know how to
Like,
solve this, so
technically.
yeah, we'll just leave all this. This is over my head. I mean, we know, but I want to be more.
Let's go to the ship. You don't want to see that? Let's just check that area out just for a little bit.
Fuck the ship, man. Why?
There's a couch out there, dude.
Dude, his couch.
Bruh, you gotta see this couch. Look at that. Is that not an environmental puzzle down there? And that sand?
What?
Look at there's a lot of lines there. I think that's actually an environmental puzzle, but I think it's from the boat. You can do that.
No.
I think.
I don't remember that at all. I remember this one. That was a fun one.
That's a really good one, yeah.
I remember I was so happy when I figured that out.
Yeah.
I felt like such a genius. Which actually I was.
Truth time. I'm a genius.
Let me learn you something, son.
Fucking boat. This fucking boat. This is a fun one.
Some easy shit right here.
Yeah.
Yay, turn your brain off.
Making bank. Environmental puzzles for days. Yeah.
Circle jerk of
Environmental puzzles.
yeah.
He's calling out the vault puzzle. Creek drip drip moan. We should do a trap edit of this environmental puzzle or that vault puzzle.
What? There's another one.
Yeah, I think that's the one that you get from the boat though.
Yeah, that would make sense. One where you look up.
Yeah.
I remember that. Why are we here? I hate this place.
Why do you hate it? Because the path is so restricted.
No, the boat puzzle, the ship puzzle.
So that's a puzzle that you solved that I gave up on like pretty quickly. That looks like an EV or EP.
Yeah, I remember this.
Really? There we go. Oh, I thought it was going to do the first time sound effect. Apparently not. Oh, there's one.
Is it 1 or is it 2?
It's 2.
Why won't?
That's very satisfying.
Yeah, he thought that was the first one, but I mean, it was obvious that he was wrong.
Obviously.
Yes, because we just did several others. All right.
I remember part of the shape of the puzzle. I don't think it's there. I think it's one more down.
What? What are we looking for?
The vault.
I was just wandering around,
Okay.
but looks sort of like something, but who knows? Yeah, but like, yeah, we don't know that stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're doing 8 speedruns a day, you probably know a little more about the game than us. But I like it that way. I don't want to know the game that well.
Originally, John Blow wanted to make a puzzle that goes like all the way around the island that you would get on the boat, like if you send it on like a circuit.
I think you told me that, yeah.
But he gave up on that. He instead is fine with something that's like halfway around the island. Alright, we can leave.
Okay. Yay!
Green boat environmental puzzle. Isn't it more yellow? Oh, I guess you're talking about. Never mind. You're talking about the green one.
My feet hurt.
That's a straight up couch, right? Let's look at it.
My back hurts. Hoopa. Wait a minute.
So J-Kid, I've seen on some of the speedruns for the the green boat environmental puzzle, people like turn up their mouse sensitivity during that part. Ooh, that could be part of it. So that they can connect it quickly enough when they're doing it.
Alright, I don't want to do this part of the thing.
Okay.
Let's go to this.
Sure.
Alright.
Do it.
So this is the one where we just have very naive novice gates blocking our path, and we're just trying to walk to the end. This is the way I like to solve, or I like to have my puzzles. You go there, you win. Yay! Do you remember anything? No. You actually paid attention to where I went?
No, I just remembered the puzzle.
But you memorize it?
Yeah, you have to do it twice.
Okay, you do it twice, but the last time I did it was 2 years ago.
That's
and I do remember what you're supposed to do. I just didn't feel like actually paying attention that time.
Damn.
Alright, so then this opens, so next time you go straight here. Right? That's how that works?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And it's the 4 seasons.
Yes.
This is fall, I guess. I don't know. Winter.
Where did
Maybe it's
Ringo go? I saw it was just like a hit and run, just like one comment.
Which seasons are which right now? Is this winter? This looks pretty wintry, but that doesn't look too autumny.
Autumn.
Autumny? That looks summery for sure. That looks kind of autumny or springy, but that doesn't look wintry.
I'm pretty sure these are not the 4 seasons. These are just
You don't think?
just brown and then greens. You tried to make it work, but it didn't.
I mean, I'm pretty confident it's like 4 seasons. J-Kid, do you think these are the 4 seasons? If so, what season is this? Brown looks like winter or autumn. One of the two. I don't think these are seasons. Shame on you for disagreeing with me.
You have been
Disagreed with.
outvoted. Somewhere around here.
Ooh.
I don't remember there being anything useful up here.
I think that ink on the ground. I think there's a
There's like
a mist reference
recording.
around here.
What?
There's a mist reference around here of like the person like falling or whatever. I think it might be the ink on the ground over there to the left, like there on the ground. It's a person at least. That's not the mist reference. So mist reference is somewhere else, I think.
I kind of remember staring at this forever, trying to make this work from up here.
Mm-hmm.
But you just do it on the ground.
Call you Darkid. Okay. Darkid.
Yeah, an audio log. I can't remember there being that. That's actually what I was about to say. I thought there was one of those up here. I kind of remember that from before. Because I was walking around up here.
Is it Darkid or Darkid? Could be either. I could see it being either. I think there's a shadow like thing to appreciate.
What?
Oh, maybe not.
Right there?
Maybe not. There's like a it might be somewhere else. Misreference is on the front wall. It's to the right there. I guess not. Is that a vat of ink? Looks like that would be where the puzzle is. LD, thanks for recognizing.
No,
me.
id.
Oh, id.
You just asked. You
Dark
just said it. And he's like, oh, it's cool you saw it. And then you lost it. You said LD. Way to go, buddy.
It could be a lowercase L and a D.
But, I mean, you just had it. And he appreciated you seeing it for what it was. And then you immediately lost it.
Don't try and ruin what me and Darkid have.
You
right
are the one that ruined it.
No.
That's my point.
now. Nothing is ruined right now.
If you say so. Yeah, I remember there being an audio log here. Now I can't remember where it is. But don't tell me. I'll find it.
I don't know where it is.
I know. But it is gonna... Do I want a beer? I think I'll pass. Oh, you already finished that last one?
Yeah.
Oh. You're just putting them away.
It's beer number 2.
Oh, okay. It's silly now.
Why do you feel so?
Because I remember, I was going to mention, before it even mentioned it, that I sort of remember there being an audio log around here. It may not actually be up there either.
Let's just do the rest of the seasons.
No. We have plenty time to go find everything. We like to play a little bit and give up.
Yeah, I think that's like a shadow of like a female figure or something down there. Oh yeah.
Just show me what you're talking about.
I think that is like it's like a shadow down there, and it's like a figure maybe. Like down there, it might be easier to see if like you're down there. But
Yeah.
Just one little.
I vaguely remember talking about something, but it could always just be, you know. I could have made something up last time. Yeah, I hate audio logs. Yeah, this is the one with the crunch is a very satisfying sound. Right?
Yeah.
I like the crunch. Every number is important.
The lengths of those cycles. 14 minutes and 46 seconds. I did not recognize that. What is the significance of that? You should have made the cloud cycle an hour, like in Braid.
I don't know what's going on.
With the conversation?
Yeah, with the conversation.
There's two puzzles where... that's what they talk about in the hour-long video, I guess. There's two puzzles where they're environmental puzzles where something like kind of moves at a cycle or whatever, and so you can only like complete the puzzle every so often, and so one of them's 14 minutes and one of them's 46 seconds. Bach is 14. Is that from like that's did they mention that in the video? I know they talk about stuff like that in Gödel Bach. B plus A plus C plus H, is that true? Yep. Braid is 2 hours though? Is it really? I thought it was just like an hour and a half. I always like that puzzle since the game is telling you that you shouldn't waste your time on video games that don't respect your time. And then he puts in a puzzle where you have to wait 2 hours. It's also prominent in the video. 1 hour and 53 minutes. Goodness.
Found my own unique dead end right here. See this spot here in the maze? Most people don't go here.
Why is that a unique dead end?
Because nobody else goes here.
Oh, okay.
They just see that this is a dead end. They don't actually walk back here.
Yeah.
But I gave it some love and attention. So this is my space. I own this corner of the game.
This is a safe zone for Charles.
Yep.
Braid's also a really good game. It's like, again, even though it's like, I don't know, even though it's like simpler in concept or whatever, it's like every idea in it, Jonathan Blow does a really good like progression of like puzzle solving in it, and he has just like really like clever like, I don't know, puzzles and game design ideas. So like not only is he like a really good programmer, but he's able to make really good puzzles.
That's clearly important. All right.
Like the sound change when you walk into this one. Oh yeah, we should
See what that pattern is?
Yeah. Speedrun is much harder. Yeah.
So far away.
I think it drops down.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have that one.
Can we get the environmental?
That one?
Yeah.
Yes, look at me. Got that exactly right. But there's 4 more, or 3 more.
Yeah. And there's multiple ways to do them too, right? I think there's a couple different environmental puzzles with some of them.
Well, you see,
The thing about environmental puzzles...
I couldn't go this way, right? But I see this one blocks this.
Yeah.
So I had to go this way. I
Yeah.
told you. And of course this blocks.
Sorry for ever doubting you. This one, though. What's the environmental puzzle? Should be the actual puzzle is there's 2 dots there, 2 dots there, and then 2 dots there, 2 dots there.
Yeah, that's going to be... I don't even want to think about it.
Why not? We can see it. This is the perfect time to think about it. It's like, yeah, so you have to go here.
And you also don't have this.
You have to go up here. You can go down here and then back over. And then down. And then over and up. That's the way to solve it. So yeah, so you were right. Because what you can do is you can take like a break here. So you might have to go all the way around or something like that. So that you can get off here, come around, and then solve it the other way. Sea Mountain.
Yeah. It is spoiling for us again.
All evidence for a mechanic.
But I actually knew that. I remember from before. But I don't know.
Sea Mountain.
Jeez.
Dark Id, do you have any favorite Easter eggs in this game? Or do you have any favorite puzzles? I remember that was one thing too. Is I never got inside the mountain until I saw you speedrun the game.
I didn't speedrun the game.
Or sorry, until I saw you play the game the first time. So like, because I never noticed the bottom of the box, like the switch or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, I just got all the lasers and I was like, okay, cool, I'm done with it, you know.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, when I saw you doing like the record speedrun, I'm like, what the fuck? You can get in the mountain, like, which you should have known since there's so many places where you can kind of like see, but you can't get to or whatever.
Yeah.
But just never thought about it. What's going on here?
I just can't remember anything. I think I went that way. That's about all I remember.
Mountain floor 2, symmetry plus floor. I'm trying to think of mountain floor 2. Is mountain floor 2 the one where you have like the two puzzles at opposite ends, and like you solve one, then you solve the other, and then solve the other?
There's a really brilliant puzzle in the mountain that I really like.
I think that's the one. Right.
I don't know where I'm supposed to go.
Wait. Well, we got this. This is the first one.
Yeah, I don't remember.
You go over, you go up around here.
I'm struggling with my mouse, okay?
Alright. Second one, you go...
Well, hold on, let me guess.
Yeah.
It's this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me think. I know the fourth one.
Probably the dog. Where's the dog? I don't remember that one. Did you say you don't remember this one, or...?
I said I remember the fourth one, but... let me think.
Okay. I don't remember the fourth one, so...
Do you remember the third one?
Yeah.
Goes back here?
Nope.
Huh?
It's down. Yep, exactly, yeah. Where's the dog? Goes down this way. And then cuts over.
Okay. You don't know the fourth one? Man, we make a good team.
Are you sure about that? I guess I believe you, whatever. Let's try it out. Good job. Sorry for ever doubting you.
Did you notice how I didn't doubt you?
Yeah, no, fool. Ooh, I guess I don't know if we see the pattern that well.
It's kind of hedge mazy up there.
Yeah, it's hedge mazy for sure. And it has a square pattern to it.
Yeah.
So that's fitting, I guess. Don't stand in the way of the laser, dude. Wow. I never noticed how it like really threads the needle between the metal out of the corner there.
Yeah.
It's a ballsy laser.
It already got rid of the metal it needed to.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh. That's a good one.
Yeah, because it just like...
The doorway being...
Yeah, the
that
doorway is
yeah.
the thing, yeah. So.
Pretty cool. I gotta do the hedge maze.
Okay. I thought I would go over there, but...
That's kind of like hokey, that part where it goes from brown to green. Yeah, we did the desert already. You've done desert, the Buddhist temple one, the symmetry one, and this one. I think that's it. We just have 4 lasers right now.
So this just doesn't fucking go anywhere. This is purely for...
Nobody goes in here, so this can be your special space.
Now you're just making me sound pathetic. This is purely for... That's less elegant, actually.
How there's nothing there. He just really needed a doorway.
Yeah.
There might be significance in there. Let's check out this room.
Now you just feel sorry for the room. Okay.
Yeah, I want to feel sorry for it. All right, so you got a window there. That's not doing much. You got a window here. Not doing much. Got some flowers. Are the flowers have any significance? Probably not. Yeah, there's not much going on. I mean, there's stuff. There's stuff in the room. I don't know. Hints at the existence of 2 civilizations. Oh my gosh.
Fight to the death.
The desert laser is very interesting. It doesn't rotate. Yep.
That's not what I wanted.
I also like too how with the desert laser is you're using a mirror to reflect that laser, and that's the point of the puzzles of that area is like you're looking at the reflection of light.
Yeah, the reflection puzzles.
Yeah, it's like that's I don't know, and I'm glad they only did that once. Like they didn't do it for everything and try and like ham-fist it or whatever.
Why did we come here? I don't want to be here.
You don't want to be in the hedges?
You shouldn't have done it, because I can't do the one over there, so I just feel out of place.
Oh. Are we not going to do the environmental puzzles for those?
No.
Okay. I mean, Bunker's my favorite. The block piece one's good.
Bunker? What?
Bunker's like the color one. That's the one that I think it has one of the more elegant puzzles. It's on the other side of the map from her. Don't worry about it. There's also like there's the one that shows the block shapes, you know, and how to solve those. You know what I'm talking about? Like the Tetris ones.
Yeah, we need to do Tetris at some point.
We can do that one later because
you want to know something really pathetic? We still haven't ridden the boat.
That's fine.
Let's
I mean,
go ride the
we can
boat.
ride the boat. I don't like the treehouse ones, so we could do the boat and knock out the treehouse ones.
All right, so let's just go ride a boat.
But to get the boat,
I'm on a boat. Yeah.
we did go by it when we were by the yeah. Okay.
This way?
Yeah.
This way is the boat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bunker
Where's
sucks.
the
I'm
boat?
colorblind. Yeah. All right. Then I'm really sorry. So I don't know if you were here when I mentioned this before. Yeah, you want to go back that way towards the beach.
Actually, okay.
You might be able to cut through.
Where does the boat start?
Where does it end?
That's a real question. Where does it start?
You have to go around. So go around to the Buddhist temple. Go through the Buddhist
Where does
temple.
the actual boat start? Not where do I call the boat? Where does the boat start?
I don't think it exists anywhere until you call it.
Oh, okay, it just rises up.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. Dark Id. I was mentioning this before, where John and Blow talked about like making a puzzle in the game that only colorblind people could solve. He never added it, but he like went down that path and like did a little bit of research into like colorblindness and what types there were. And so, yeah. What type of colorblind are you? I know there's different types. I'm not very knowledgeable on it, but this is a cool thing, but it's not like a puzzle or anything. But I really like it.
That?
Yeah. Sounds so good.
That looks like a thing there.
And this is where my ignorance of colorblindness comes in. So I have no idea.
Why'd you ask if you have no idea what the words
I
are?
only knew of like red-green being a type of color blindness. Gotcha. But yeah, that sucks.
Oh, I forgot to check if that registers as a puzzle. Yay!
So another interesting fact is like in the first draft of this game, they had a bunch of things that were like non-puzzles that you could interact with, like switches to open doors and like maps that you could put locations or whatever. But they eventually realized that like what you should do is you should have all of those things be puzzles that you're interacting with, and just be different forms of like line puzzles. So like the map became a line puzzle instead of like something that you just select. Summoning the Boat Awards 2 puzzles, apparently. Oh yeah, we still have that laser just shooting out. Oh, okay. One for the map and one for the speed panel. Can you adjust the speed?
Yeah.
I could see if that one awards puzzles. I don't know.
I wouldn't think so. You said one for the speed panel.
Wait, why are you going all the way around? Are you doing an environmental puzzle?
I am enjoying my time.
Alright. Got a little boat time, that's fine.
I am
respect
on
that.
a boat.
Respect it.
I wasn't asking for respect. I'm just having fun on a boat.
I'm trying to think of the number of puzzles you could get in this journey. I think at least 4.
Oh yeah, I know there's a bunch. I'm not. If I get one, I get one. If I don't, I don't.
Alright. Boat time.
Boat time. What was that?
Dark Id, what's your favorite like puzzle area? So obviously not the bunker, but do you have other ones that are your favorites?
We already got that one.
I think there's 2 for that one.
So are you saying I was right a long time ago?
What did you say a long time ago?
That this goes like all the way around to the other side?
Yes. Yeah, you were right.
God damn it. But my boat's going the wrong way.
That's a good point. Alright. Swamp Marsh has the best speedrunning trick. What's the speedrunning trick for that area? It's weird how the sound changes if you like hit against something or waiting for something.
Yeah.
It makes it sound like the windmill puzzle.
Oh no. Do I have to get down there? What's going on?
You can solve the area with 3 panels. That's pretty nuts.
Have I done something wrong?
No, you're good.
Okay. It looked like an endpoint there.
So, Darkid, what are some of your best times for speedruns that you've done for this game?
I think he said 2:15.
I wasn't sure if he was saying that he did that or if that was what the world record was down to.
Maybe he's the world record holder. We have world record holders in my chat.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
I don't know about it, but I know this game is a game is diligently pursued as a witness. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I have the
What's going on with this green stuff right there? Is that just like a bug? Or no, that's the
it's
light
the
from the
reflection.
cable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, there's the woman to the right. Behind you. No, it doesn't matter.
I mean, we don't have proof, but you have the claim right there.
I hold any and 100 records. So all 3 main categories. Hi, I am Russian and I can help with the game. Sweet. So Darkid, you have the world record for 100% too? Nice. There's one person I watch on Twitch who does speedruns of this as well. And I know at one point he had the world record. I think his name's like Walma. Word.
Those sound like what people were talking about.
Look at that lonely Dorito puzzle over there.
What?
To the right.
Fuck.
Right there.
Oh.
Solve it, dude. You can get it.
I know that there's a thing that I can do here, but
Darkid, do you ever stream your speedruns of the game?
what is Walmus 7? What?
That's a guy I watch sometimes. He does some speedruns of the game. He did
Am I going the wrong way right now?
for that one, yeah.
Yeah.
He did a blindfolded challenge of the tutorial area. So he wore a blindfold but was able to complete the tutorial area. Gotcha. Yeah, I think he has a video that I watched of him getting the world record. But I don't know how old that is or how out of date that is. What a great puzzle. This is what I was talking about though with like the 2D perspective like starting to get really fucked up.
Yeah. Alright. I don't want to go this way.
It happens even more so with the green puzzle.
I want to go around this way. I don't know.
200, yeah.
I don't know. I'm just...
Actually, I don't think you want to come in here because like here, the tutorial area is on the opposite side of it. Like you might want to do the treehouse or.
I don't know. I'm just sending the boat in that direction. I'm probably going to stop the boat before then. I just figured.
It's for blindfolded tutorial. Nice. That's cool. Do the challenge blindfolded? Oh my god. How would you know the maze?
You'd have to do. You'd have to have
Wait.
like.
It would certainly be outstanding if somebody completes it.
Yeah. It would have to be done once ever.
There's a pretty sweet video of somebody asking Jonathan Blow to do the challenge on console. And at one point he was like, it would probably be pretty embarrassing if I wasn't able to beat this.
Has anyone done it?
Which, blindfolded?
No, the challenge on the console.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like a lot of people here have.
Really? I thought everybody was saying they couldn't do it.
How would you do anything? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point as well.
What do you mean?
Like, because you have no idea what the puzzles are.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Do you guys get tired of, was it Hall of the Mountain King or whatever?
Do that hack where you swap out the audio file for something else.
That sounds funny, yeah.
Apparently you can.
You can do this area. Why aren't you making the boat go faster? You're just trying to, you're slow rolling right now?
Yeah. I'm on the second highest speed. You know what? Fuck you.
I call it the fourth slow speed. Yeah,
That's for you.
that's just hurtful.
I am gonna set the world record in the opposite direction. The slowest
Slow roll this
time.
game.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, come on up. He's just too good for us.
Damn, look at that humble brag. That's not too humble.
There is no humility in this guy.
Yeah.
I'd rather have friends. What? I didn't say that. So, you have to go up there and you have to like.
Oh
do a
yeah,
little
yeah,
thing.
yeah. You
have
can't
to-
just
Yeah, you can't.
can't just.
Because it's locked
saddle
over on the
up.
other side. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta earn your way into that place.
Hey, buddy.
So Darkid, besides this game and Braid, do you speedrun any other games? DIAF though. What's that mean?
Dying of fire.
Oh, yeah.
I'm guessing. I've never heard of it before.
You gonna green puzzle it, dude?
What?
Are you gonna green puzzle it?
That's a verb?
Are you gonna do the green puzzle? You're gonna do the puzzle. The puzzle that's really long right here. Parallax. I haven't played Parallax. Portal. Portal's a good one. There's a lot of shortcuts with that game.
Yeah, Portal is terrible.
Terrible?
Yeah, for the speedrun thing where they just shoot the corner and they end up on the other side of the map or whatever.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Using hacks. Yeah, you could do a puzzle down here, I think, too. Maybe.
I like how right there those comments make Dying of Fire look like a game. If that's not a game, we should make it. Alright, we'll compromise.
This is too fast. Slow down.
Which one do I need to grab onto? What are you doing?
I think you'll see it. I think it's right here. In fact, you might have missed it maybe already.
This right here?
I think you already missed it.
That's the one that would go like over there.
Yeah.
So I have to like
Back it up, dude. So lovely. Oh.
maybe?
Oh my.
Or am I doing the wrong
No,
one?
you're doing the shorter one, but you're doing it. Look at that. Transitions from inside to outside. It's great.
Those, is that a thing? Is that one right there? See, look how fast it's making me go. I hate you.
I'm so sorry. Where'd you go?
I'm not talking to you.
Breakneck speed. Who are you talking to?
The boat?
You hate the boat?
It's what you do. You have you ever been in an argument with someone?
Nope.
Okay. Well, if that ever happens, you might end up saying things that you don't mean.
Like what?
I just gave you an example. Stop it. See, we did these up top.
Can you hit that?
It may not be possible.
Gotta be possible.
It doesn't gotta be, because we already got these
It's
from...
got to. Look at how that, like, that's a hole from your perspective, but it's like a part of a line from the underneath.
I'm just saying, like, we already did get environmentals for using that.
It's true. The top left.
Oh my god, it's running me through at stupid ass speeds again. I don't even know what top left means, but
It's top left, dude.
is it changing? It's changing where I'm looking. Is it trying to throw me off or is it trying to guide me? I don't-
Sure.
I mean, I guess, is the boat really turning that much?
Top left, dude. Top left.
Good thing. Okay, we just found that one.
Yeah, like either of the circles. That one. Yeah. Yeah, you should go for that one. Yeah, you just keep going for that one.
This one?
Yeah. Dang.
Seems like this is the one right here, right when that...
Yeah. Just calling out the environmental puzzle for being garbage.
Right there. That's where it should hit.
Oh, it's right here.
Oh.
It's going the other way.
Yeah, it's going the other way. Okay. So, what we should do... See how I'm not in the proper boat sitting position here? So, I'm guessing... If I...
This video game really did predict the future of autonomous boats. Like, you don't need to actually do anything. It's like a Tesla right now.
Stop it. What in the...
So circular. Keep clicking.
No, we're out of range.
Let's do something else. It's my mantra of this run through.
Yeah.
You're clicking the sensor.
Oh, top left of the environmental. I thought you were talking about... I thought what you were saying was in the screen, like you were in the moment telling me the top left of the screen.
There you go. Yeah.
We won't go anymore. Really get a good look at where we're going.
That's kind of cool. The symbols on the map are kind of like what the symbols are on the laser. We had a bunch of squares. We had the hexes, the trees. Yeah, Joey's trying to break out. Joey, come here.
Oh, he's going to the door?
Yeah.
Yeah, he hadn't done that in a few weeks, but occasionally that's just...
So you need to break free. He has a litter box.
I really don't care what... Yeah, he's got a litter box. It's there.
I'm very used to having dogs and having to have to.
So when you see him go to the door.
Yeah.
Joey, get away from the door, you idiot.
That's what I say to my dogs too.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he's stupid if he thinks that I'm going to open the door because I don't open the door for him.
That's a good point.
So...
Yeah. Night, Dark Kid.
Alright, good night. What I was going to say was he, like in the bathtub, like, you know, when it's freezing, you leave the faucets dripping or whatever.
Okay.
Like, oh, you didn't know that? It keeps some pipes from...
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, supposedly. I think these are insulated well. But anyway, I did that a couple nights during the freeze, and now he expects me to turn that dripping faucet on because I don't know.
Just licks it or whatever.
Yeah.
What a bougie cat.
A bourgeois.
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
Alright, Rocket
Oh,
Man.
yeah. There we go.
You won't even remember
The boat is going backwards right now.
Yep.
And ringing the bell. This boat don't give a shit. Oh. Except when it turns. Suddenly slows down then.
Yeah.
That's like a weird thing to program. Is like the boat, you know, like how it turns and how it moves through areas like that.
This entire thing is a crazy program to me.
Just the game in general.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is one of the environmental puzzles that's on the cycle. Is this like floating dock thing?
This thing?
Yeah.
I remember discovering this. I don't remember where it is. Is that it there?
One thing I like is how you can send the boat to other parts of the map without being on it, since you can like highlight the map from afar.
Yeah, is that how you actually line it up?
Huh?
I think that's how you line it up. We'll do it another time. Alright.
Yeah.
I think over here it's just for the view, right?
Maybe. This is actually really cool. So, have you noticed? So this is a like person praying right now, sideways.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So, does any of this double with environmentals or anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Which I think is good because it makes you focus on that.
No, but I mean, like, what if when we're over there somewhere, right? Same thing. I don't know. Oh, look what I found.
Oh yeah.
God bade me behold the
It was
sea,
bait.
and I saw the ship sinking and the planks floating. Then the planks too were submerged. And God said to me, "Those who voyage are not saved." And he said to me, "Those who, instead of voyaging, cast themselves into the sea, take a risk." And he said to me, "Those who voyage and take no risk shall perish." And he said to me, "In taking the risk, there is a part of salvation." And the wave came and lifted those beneath it and overran the shore. And he said to me, "The surface of the sea is a gleam that cannot be reached, and the bottom is a darkness impenetrable. And between the two are great fishes, which are to be feared." Nefari, circa 970. What?
I don't think I found that one before.
There's stuff like that where I think there's one audio log where it's like someone's like, "No, what we're doing is important. We should keep going," or something like that. Where it's like it seems like a candid like audio log. I don't know. Once again, 3 options.
Yeah.
It's the same format as the simplest puzzle in the game.
Yeah. I remember what the mechanic for this one is. Took me forever to figure it out. So right now you don't really know. You don't really understand this for now. So you can't go here, and you really just about any path you take is going to piss it off. Unless you do something like that. So, I'm just kind of reflecting on the teaching mechanic here. So, at this point, we've seen. At this point, we've seen. I guess it's sort of pair off. But we don't know it's pairs, right? Because we've only seen 2. We might just think. At this point, it still works
They just need to be together. Or something.
Which is the same as the squares.
Yeah.
At this point, it still appears that way. Every time you divide them, it's angry. And every time you keep them together...
Good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's not really anything to...
This is the first time. Well,
Yes.
kind of.
And then you think, oh, I gotta keep them together. And they all complain. Now, unfortunately, even if you do that,
If you do what?
even if you do like a 3 and 1, right? So the only solution it takes is straight down the middle. There we go. I only got 2 of them to complain. I don't like that. I didn't mean it. Stop. Ah. Whoa. I don't know. That just gets my attention.
Yeah. Starting to fade.
Yeah, me too.
I believed in that solution because of how non-obvious it is. I think like try and like get these two together, and I bet that's like a solution.
Those two?
Huh? Like this one with this one. Maybe not. That could work. That could work. Go up here.
What?
Or that works. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. What were you gonna say?
If you go here, go up, and then go around here, that works too.
You go here and up? No.
I don't know. Go up one more.
No. That
Over
doesn't
there?
work. It doesn't work.
Over?
No.
Alright.
Yeah, you gotta cut this off. first.
What's on the ground there? Okay. That's symbolic of
It's my
progress.
loin.
Here's your atom, yeah. Full circle. I think at 4 a.m. I'm going to go to sleep on that couch.
Yeah, I'm ready to call it. Do you just want to call it now?
Either way, I don't care.
I'm kind of ready, actually. I know that we just did a bunch of introductory puzzles, but I think the cat is the only one with any energy left.
That's a good point. Let's look at that purple puzzle real quick.
Okay.
Because I think that's like a similar form to the green puzzles that you see at the beginning. But I think the starting spots might be different, maybe. Maybe it's the same. I don't know. But I think this is very similar to a green puzzle that you see at the beginning. But you're solving it a different way. Yeah. If you go up all the way, I think you had it close to right the first time. If you go up all the way and then back down. Oh no,
You're
I'm
sleepy.
done. Yeah. You can do that. You cut back here and then go up and there.
Alright.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. This one.
Oh wow, I didn't even see that. I did not see that.
You're sleepy.
Yeah, you're sleepy.
There's so many leaves on the floor on the wood boards.
Gee,
Somebody needs to just get a
where did that
broom.
come from?
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's probably windy up there. Someone should get a broom. The patterns
Saying you want to
look very
spit, you want
similar.
to take a whiz off the bridge and just...
The patterns look really similar. How there's like one or two of these long ones and a bunch of the small circle ones. It just looks very artificial. This game's terrible.
I don't know why we're wasting our time right now. Hey, buddy.
So needy.
Alright, I can see how many more of these I can knock out, I guess.
Yeah.
Forced.
Forced. Don't do that.
What?
I guess I would say.
Don't tell me what not to do.
Forced. No, sir. No, sir.
No assimilation.
Blah, blah.
Stop figuring out my life for me.
Sorry, dude. This is not your life.
It is. Stop.
There's so many solutions for this one. No.
I don't know why that was so funny to me.
That's a pretty good one, actually. It's very unexpected
Why is this unexpected? This makes
Well, you can like do it like directly, so much more easier. But I mean, that's still it's a valid solution, right?
I was like that. Oh. I like my way.
Yeah, no, I know, I do too.
Alright, let's see if your way works. No, see, you're wrong this time.
I can't believe I've fallen so low.
Why are they orange and black this time? Wait a minute. Shit. Hold on.
Hold up.
This is the part I think got on my nerves. Because
Yeah. Bring this guy in. Let's like do that.
oh, I see. All right. I want to solve one more.
Okay.
Yay! No, I want to get this one too. I can do it.
Do it. Do it.
No, stop it. Okay, I do understand the
See,
rule.
with the last one, I was just thinking it's like it's always non-obvious ones. So you, like I was thinking go around the orange, then go and get these two together or something like that and do that, which I think also works. But
To do what? To hit.
the only thing you're diffing out is like you put this one on this side, so that's outside, and then you
have to
cover
do
that one down. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I don't know. That's like how I think about these puzzles. Is like,
Oh, now you have to do it that way, right?
oh yeah.
I think that's what got it in your mind was.
Well, it's like that's what most of these puzzles are. Is it's like you think of the way that's like weird as like the last idea of like how you would like separate them or something, and that's like how you solve it. This looks like the first solution.
Yeah, I went back. Yeah, so
Like they're purposely like clumped together, right? So you kind of like your natural intuition is try and like treat these two together and pair these two and pair these two. But
Yeah.
that's like the puzzle is like
Yeah.
to break that sort of thinking.
yeah. Okay. All right. So sleep time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's too hard. That's too many colors. All right. What was our final stat for day 1? 154 and 52.
That's pretty good.
That was pretty good.
Let's look at the menu real quick and see how it's changed since the beginning of the stream. Because the beginning was like all black and there was nothing. Nope. Keep the menu.
No, but you got to see it.
Sure.
First comes in.
That like that's first part of it, but then that image like goes away, and then like stuff starts popping up, and that's
that
like the
hexagon thing.
yeah, and that's like stuff that you've been like seeing all this time. So I forget what other puzzles we've like mastered at this point, but yeah, like look at that shit. What's that shit? I don't know. Patterns, trees. I don't know.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, Joey. All right,
Oh,
pick him up. All right. Yep. We're gonna shut this off. So. All right. Yeah. Just let him
let him wander. See if he can
Be
jumps
free.
across or settles down or yeah. Anyway, all right.
Night, everybody.
Good night, all of you that are still watching.
I don't think there's many people watching.
It's 8.
8? There's 8 people who fell asleep and left their computers on.
Left their computers on. Yeah. Yeah.
We had world talent though. We had people who had the world record for speedrunning The Witness.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right. Good night.